viewed against the backdrop of nationalism would have consequences for U.S. relations with Japan's neighbors. If it appears Japan rearmed because of U.S. support, the U.S. could find itself ostracized by vital allies like Korea and Thailand. Scenario 2 is capping confidence, affirming signals Japan does not trust America's military. Wadsworth 19 explains, offensive capability could be interpreted by neighbors as sign Tokyo is losing confidence in the U.S. This could start a chain reaction that causes more U.S. allies to develop their own strike capabilities, increasing instability. Reduced confidence spills over globally. ULA 21 explains, the Asia-Pacific plays an important role in international affairs, home of half the world. The world order will be shaped by the politics of the Asia-Pacific, and the U.S. has to play its role. Confidence is key. Brand 17 explains, U.S. alliances deter aggressors by raising the possibility and tackling me to fight with the world's most formidable military. Adding, security guarantees allow allies to underbuild their militaries and avert the arms races and security competitions in earlier eras. Overall, Barnett 11 finds the U.S. military results in a 99% drop in deaths due to war. Conversely, Man 14 concludes reduced allied confidence in America's security guarantees could cause instability with weapons of mass destruction. Contention 4 is constitutional chaos. Subpoint A is modeling. Article 9 has brought prosperity to East Asia. Tonneson 17 explains, Article 9 is deeply embedded in East Asian peace, but its key role has never been recognized. Article 9 has hugely contributed to East Asia's pacification by creating a model of national peaceful development. Empirically, Tonneson 14 furthers, in the years 1946 to 79, 80% of people killed in war were in East Asia. Since 1990, 3.5. Japan and Article 9 are the vanguard of that story, concluding, if it were revised, this would destabilize the region. In that event, Salim 13 warns, in a vicious circle, regional tensions fuel each other in East Asia, escalating into global conflict, devastatingly. Dowd 15 concludes the next great power war would involve nuclear weapons, inviting miscalculation, and Star 15 warns, a nuclear war would create an environment too cold and dark to grow food. Humans vanish forever. Subpoint B is a revision spiral. Despite occasional reinterpretation, CFR 20 explains, for 70 years, Japan's constitution has remained untouched, a symbol of a democratic society. Breaking this taboo would create a storm of constitutional amendments. Sterling 20 explains, if Article 9 is revised, all other clauses would also need to be revised because all clauses of the Japanese constitution are interconnected. Japan's right-wing LDP would take advantage, turning Japan authoritarian. Gordon 93 explains, revision of Article 9 would open the door to conservative revision of other parts of the national charter concerning guarantees of individual rights and the status of the emperor. Concluding, constitutional revision is the most dramatic concern about democracy in Japan. Specifically, Takahashi 16 confirms the LDP's draft revised constitution is a model for dictators everywhere. Rights would be restricted while authorities enjoy unfettered power. This would be devastating, as Solus 21 explains. Japan plays a central role to rekindle liberal nationalism. The country boasts one of Asia's oldest democracies. Concluding, Japan's credentials matter more at a time of widespread democratic backsliding. This breeds existential threats. Diamond 19 confirms the main threats to security all stem from authoritarianism, whether supporting international terrorism, proliferating WMDs, or threatening neighbors. Thus negate. Was that like speed fine with everyone?
Okay. I am sending the doc, cards up top, rhetoric on the bottom. It is not paraphrased. We are just sending the rhetoric for anybody who wants to read it in that form. Okay.
All right.
Give us a second to get the back real quick.
Yeah. If everyone gave me like a thumbs up when they have it, then.
There we go. We have it.
Okay. So is everyone?
Sorry, just to be clear. So the email I just got from Catherine, that's the speech itself, the rhetoric's at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So like these are all the
Just text of
cards and the
cards without,
tags.
like it being in cut card format.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay. In that case, is everyone ready? Good to hear. Selective pacifism is a form of neocolonialism. The neg repeats narratives from Western powerhouses and authors that Japan should not ever develop military capabilities, as those could one day challenge the hegemony of the United States. Marshall 20, the defense industry's enormous appetite for consultants has spawned a collection of complementary industries such as industry journalists. These exist as service defense firms to market them to promote their products to facilitate their growth and expansion. The asset is vast troves of seemingly independent research that supports interventionist foreign policies and loose weapons export regimes. Foreign policy and military policy intellectuals and the think tanks they staff form an extensive infrastructure interwoven with the global military industrial complex, which has a dramatic impact on U.S. foreign policy. The security justifications produced by these researchers and weapons industries drive for profit. These think tanks draw their research fellows overwhelmingly from the international security community, where they have spent years cultivating ties with the industry. These ties directly impact the research they produce, which directly impacts the policies that are implemented. The history of the U.S. and Japan is one built on violence, force, and pseudo-colonialism. Weatherhead Institute 22, Commodore Perry, on behalf of the U.S. government, forced Japan to enter into trade with the United States and demanded a treaty permitting trade and the opening of Japanese ports to U.S. merchant ships. It was clear that Commodore Perry could impose these demands by force. The Japanese had no navy with which to defend themselves, themselves, and thus they had to agree to the demands. Russia, Britain, France, and Holland all followed Perry's example and used their fleets to force Japan to sign treaties that promised regular relations and trade. They did not just threaten Japan. Their combination of their navies on several occasions was used to defeat and disarm Japanese feudal demands that defied them. After the days of Commodore Perry, the cycle never ended, only worsened by the U.S.'s occupation of Japan. Japan remains heavily dependent on the U.S.'s military. Harper 21. The U.S. has long been the top international weapons seller to Japan, providing a whopping 97% of the island's nation's defense equipment imports from 2016 to 2020. Bandow 13. The U.S. government should stop treating its allies, especially Japan, as helpless dependents. Rather than augmenting American military forces in the Pacific, Washington should begin returning defense responsibilities to Japan. Dependence is a neo-colonial strategy and a form of control. American exceptionalism outweighs in turns case. This is the greatest threat to peace globally. Smith 03. Military dependence on the former colonial powers for arms training and advisors and basic military doctrine has been seen as one of the most visible aspects of neocolonialism. The maintenance of American hegemony is disastrous. Street 18. According to a global survey, people see the U.S. as the leading threat to peace by a wide margin. The underlying premise is that Uncle Sam owns the world and reserves the right to bomb the hell out of anyone who doesn't agree. The American century has nothing to do with advancing Western democracy. Its goal is to install governments that favor the private investment. Washington assigned the vast underdeveloped periphery of the world a capitalist system as a function, a source of raw materials for the capitalist nations. The U.S. has overthrown 50 governments, including democracies, supported tyrannies that interfered in elections, bombed civilians in 30 countries, attempted to assassinate foreign leaders, and destroyed and deployed chemical weapons. The death count from U.S. foreign policy runs well into the many as 5 million Indo-Chinese. Uncle Sam responded to North Korea with a particularly genocidal 3-year bombing campaign, which killed 2 million civilians. In Indonesia, the U.S.-backed dictator Suharto killed millions. The advancement of the death of 500,000 Iraqi children due to U.S. sanctions was a price worth paying for the advancement of the inherently noble U.S. goals. Uncle Sam's petro-imperial occupation led to the death of at least 1 million Iraqis. The U.S. provided Saudi Arabia with crucial assistance in its war in Yemen. The U.S. started a drone assassination program as the most extensive global terrorism campaign the world has yet to see. The U.S. is the leading threat to personal privacy, democracy, and the natural environment. Firms like Lockheed Martin steal trillions of dollars that might otherwise meet social and environmental needs. The biggest costs have fallen on the many millions killed by the U.S. military at the distinct command of the sociopathic imperial masters determined to enforce U.S. hegemony by any and all means deemed necessary. Absent affirming the apps political imaginary, the status quo will be maintained. 2021 writes that without a constitutional amendment, Japan remains reliant on U.S. military cooperation to protect its sovereignty. This reliance ensures continued American hegemonic influence over Japan. Japan can expect to either sink more deeply under American influence or draw itself out of it. The role of your ballot is to vote for the team that performatively and methodologically challenges colonialism. Debate is a space uniquely equipped to integrate competing political futures, a space for scenario planning where a better future is bred through good ideas and winning and bad ones losing. Their rhetoric is uniquely bad. It ensures any future plans which debate validates will lock Japan in the same cycle of violence that have suffered through the last 80 years. View your ballot as a choice between two worlds, one where we uncritically support rhetoric that the Eastern powers can never challenge imperial power, or one where we allow countries the chance for self-determination and the ability to protect themselves against their imperial aggressors. Thus we affirm. You'll go for cross?
Yeah.
You're doing my computer.
Vaibhav wants me to do it on his computer. One sec.
All good.
Oh shit.
Oh, I was muted. My bad. Okay, I'm good for cross. All right.
Okay, cool. You can take the first question.
Yeah. Is it like probably bad to read an author that's like really racist and says bad stuff in debate rounds? Like, is that probably a bad thing to do?
I'm sure you can tell me where you're more so going with this.
I would say like, yeah, right. Like if an author is like really like colonialist and orientalist, it's like probably bad to read evidence by them.
You can read this argument in speech.
No, like I just like it. Like I'm not trying to make any argument here. Like
no, I feel like you are, but we can get into it in speech. Can I take a question?
That's like racist or colonialist.
I think it'd be kind of pretty silly to assert that you're not trying to make an argument here. So
I just want a yes or no answer. Like, is it probably?
We can talk about it in speech.
Like, what's the point? Then what's the point of having crossfire then?
What is
I just want an answer. Like,
what's the evidence that you're asking about?
I'm not asking about any specific evidence. I'm just
No,
like
you are definitely
Then
are.
we're not giving
Yeah.
a concession.
Then
okay, you can take a question.
sure. Who are the largest powers in space in the status quo?
Probably like China, Russia, the US.
And Japan. You can take the question.
Japan is only in space defensively per Article 9. So even if it's in space, as long as that space is like, or that capability in space is defensive, it doesn't trigger the link.
Japan is the fourth largest presence in space, and it isn't defensive because of revisions. But
It's a-
you can take a
It's a
question.
really large presence in space, but a lot of that is like defensive satellites and other things that aren't inherently offensive capabilities. But
Yeah, a lot of it is offensive, but you can take a question.
I guess like what specific rhetoric links us into this K?
So, I mean, affirming.
No, like you say, it's like the neg's rhetoric is bad, right? Like our rhetoric is like racist.
Inherently, sorry, I meant negating. Inherently, when you advocate for the neg, you're advocating against Japan developing its own military capabilities and instead advocating for the status quo, which means its continued dependence on the United States.
Oh, shit.
Okay, you can take your question.
Sure. Let's talk about nationalism in Japan. What is the current state of nationalism in Japan?
It's probably like not very good.
Like, what do you mean by not very good?
There's like quite a lot of nationalism in Japan right now.
Okay, so if you say that the only thing that happens to nationalism is it increases, but it's already really high, like, isn't there sort of just diminishing the
There's nationalists in power, but the government itself is not very authoritarian, and people still have like a good amount of rights in Japan. Like it still has a pretty good democracy, even if the government is nationalist. Our argument is
distinction between authoritarianism and nationalism, right? Like if there's a nationalist government in power and they're not behaving authoritarianly, why do you think that there would be new nationalism?
Because of the Constitution, because the Constitution limits what like abuses they can do of their people, what oppression that they can do. And so when you revise the Constitution, it gives them the power to become more authoritarian. That's right.
We'll take prep.
Okay.
Starting now.
$55 used. It'll be starting on their roll of the ballot. So I don't know. I was reading off their doc. So just wherever you flow their roll of the ballot, they'll be going to the link and they're alt. Yeah. Will not be fast. Is everyone ready? Let's start the time now. The counter role of the ballot is to combat existential risks through the levers of fiat. There's 4 reasons to prefer this. First is on moral uncertainty. Preserving humanity means you can better orient our value systems, prereqs of framing on the highest level. Boston 12 explains, moral uncertainty suggests our present axiology might be confused. If we are uncertain, there is great value in preserving our ability to recognize value and steer the future accordingly. Ensuring there will be a future humanity is the best way to increase future value. Second, material death and extinction is a prior question to structural balance. Wapner 03 explains a prerequisite of expression is existence. Respecting the other, what must ensure the other continues to exist. This requires us to protect the earth, i.e. to prevent future forms of structural balance, we need to protect the earth. C is temporal free riding. Future generations that cannot be seen or felt are the most underrepresented in policymaking spheres. The ballot is key to reversing this. Farquhar 17 explains, existential risk reduction is underinvested and is an intergenerational public good. Most of the benefits are enjoyed by future generations who have no say in the political process. The current generation enjoy the benefits of inaction, while future generations bear the costs. Fourth, political activism. Imagining extinction breaks down boundaries within society, resulting in progressive policy that prereq the framing. Cordell 17 explains, the possibility of an earth scarred by nuclear desolation suggests vulnerability, shared peril. There's an opportunity to build new alliances and contest ways of thinking endemically establishment. Nuclear literature could ask its readers to conceive of nuclear wars and attack on the whole planet and on all people, challenging people to look beyond the tracery of boundaries around the globe, dividing one human society from another. Independently, let's line by line the roll of the ballot. 2 responses. First, discourse doesn't shape reality. Empirical reality must come first. Waddle 05. The theoretical framework of strict discourse analysis results in a cul-de-sac in which the writer cannot actually say anything without materially identifiable events. Any assessment becomes nonsensical. Without real facts, you can say nothing, anything or nothing. Language does not constitute reality. Second, you can turn it. Regulating speech acts shuts down debate and kills decision-making skills. Butler for rights to charge those who voice critical views of treason is to destroy credibility, produce the climate of fears, descend as quell to the threatening of the speaking subject. The strategy happens through producing what will and will not count as a viable speaking subject. One does not say what one thinks. Censorship operates implicitly and forcefully. Foreclosure of critique empties the public domain of debate and democratic contestation. Debate becomes among like-minded. Hegemonic politics is achieved through circumscribing what will and will not be admissible. This is a way, because not only does it prevent discussion about Orientalism and colonialism, etc., it also prevents all discussion about all types of structural violence, because the minority that's inevitably affected is censored. On their link, a lot of issues here. The link is entirely not unique. Japan was heinously colonialist during World War II. They had the history entirely incorrect. After Commodore Perry went and opened Japan up to trade, we didn't immediately start selling arms to them. We never sold arms to any Asian powers up until World War II. And when Japan started expanding prior to World War II, we stopped rubber shipments, we stopped oil shipments, which then prompted Japan to invade nearby islands of the Pacific coast. Don't let me get away with the revisionist reading of history. Independently, if anything, on a per-year basis, Japan is the most destructive colonial power in history. My extended family were killed in Burma, forced to fight for the Japanese. So it's pretty preposterous for two rich white women to come up and tell me that a power that colonized my people is somehow not a colonialist power and deserves to militarize. Independently, they were the author of Bandow. This is extremely problematic. In a later article, Bandow literally says, quote, Japan should finally become a normal country. And independently, anyone who's read Doug Bandow now knows his works are extremely racist. He believes Chinese are inherently inferior to American people, and similarly with other racial minorities. This should lose them the round, because they definitive perfon against their argument, because they themselves are reading the Orientalism and colonialism of bad. They're reading an author who's definitively racist, definitively colonialist, and is on it worse for them to perfon link it to their argument than us, because they initiated the debate in the first place. They have a burden to prove and to not support these racist authors. Independently, in the app, Japan stays under the nuclear umbrella either way. So we're still under the United States still controls them. Fourth, they can turn it because the militaries are the engines of colonialism. Without the militaries, there's no way for these powers to actually colonize other countries. So we as a whole are rejecting the concept of militarization, which always on scope, because we're accessing all forms of colonialism, not just Japan. Independently on their alt is really vague. Rejection does absolutely nothing outside for the people in this round. It doesn't change any of our mindsets. All of us are my opponents went neg 10 times this topic. It doesn't change their inherent mindset. They probably still think that Japan on net should not militarize, because militaries are a bad thing. Rejection does functionally nothing. On their impact about the West being bad, our Warwick 07 evidence indicates that depictions of a violent West ignore the fact that the East is as well. So they're being inherently reductive, talk about how the West is somehow more violent than the East. And if Japan nuclear or militarized, it wouldn't result in the same problems that the West resulted in, which is historically unfounded because of World War II. For this reason, okay.
Doc, please.
Okay, the roll the ballot stuff is off the dock. Everything else is, and the bottom stuff is off the dock. Everything else is in between is off the dome.
Everything in that speech was off the dome except for the responses on the roll of the ballot.
The roll of the ballot is off the dome. Is off the dock. And then the stuff about the impact on the impact layer is also off the dock. So I can send that.
Okay. I also need just all of the cards that you read.
Okay. Yeah, that's functionally all the cards. Anyway. All right.
No, you read Warwick as well. And then whatever like the history of Japan and colonialism, that evidence. And then whatever you read on Bandow, the indictment, and that he's racist. Like just all of that stuff.
Wait, come again, sorry.
Like there's evidence for the claim that Japan is colonialist, yeah? I need that evidence. And then I need the evidence, the indict of Bandow, and then I need that like Bandow is like a known racist and colonialist.
For sure. I will be sending those one by one. All right, I sent the roll the ballot responses, counter roll the ballot, etc. And you wanted what else? And we sent Kunal sent the Bandow stuff. Anything else?
Okay, the Bandow stuff, Warwick 07, and then all the stuff on how Japan is colonialist power.
Cool.
Where is the stuff that Bando is racist?
Kunal should have sent that. It's just the work he did. Like, and probably show you his other works.
Okay, can you show me his other works? Like, I'm not getting anything of that claim from this card.
Okay, sure.
Thanks.
So I'm sending a Forbes article that Bandow wrote, and the headline, the thesis paragraph is that America is not systemically racist. So
Okay. Can you let me know when everything's done?
sorry, the emails are really long. It's taking a while to send. Everything's sent.
Okay, let you know when it comes through. Okay, I got one more email from Kunal, but Bob, you were sending one too, yeah?
Last email, and there's a Forbes link sent prior to Kunal's email. That's the one I sent.
Okay, I just got the last email with the Forbes link. Okay, starting prep now. Do you have highlights on Warrock?
You
What part of this did you read?
can consider that paraphrased evidence because I paraphrased and read that tag. It's just the underlying stuff regarding it.
Okay, so it's all of this underlined stuff?
I didn't like read it off the direct quotes. It's paraphrased evidence.
All right, that's fine. I'll continue prep now. Okay. New sheet. Actually, you probably don't really need a new sheet. I mean, it's like, you can probably flow it on the top of the F, or like on the part of the F. It's just quick paraphrasing. Is everyone good? Okay. All right. Start on the top. A is the interpretation. Debaters should not paraphrase their evidence. This interpretation, in fact, comes straight off of their wiki that they've read in previous rounds of this tournament. That's really important. They violate by reading the Warrock evidence. That's power tag. The Warrock evidence has tons of highlights throughout the, or tons of underlines throughout the entire card. No highlights. We have no idea what they're actually reading. And the power tagging is really bad. C is the standards. We have no way to check back against evidence. I just took 2 minutes of my 3 minutes of prep time trying to figure out what Warrock actually said versus what their power tagging says. And they've made it especially bad in this round that we can't have a productive discussion about neocolonialism because I have to spend all of my prep time figuring out if their evidence actually says what it says it does. D is the voters. The voters fairness because we're prep skewed out of the round because we have to spend most of our prep looking at evidence instead of actually being able to engage in the round. Drop the debater because they've already made the debate structurally unfair. I could have spent my prep time frontlining, but instead I have to spend my time reading paraphrasing theory, and I had to spend my prep time figuring out what the Warrock evidence says. No RVIs because they are very good theory debaters. We all know that coming into this round. They are just going to try to bait theory and get infinite wins. What's the other thing? Oh, default to competing interpretations. Reasonability is arbitrary. You have no idea what one judge thinks is reasonable and another judge doesn't. You should default to competing interpretations because it's like more objective. On their counter roll of the ballot, they read 4 warrants why extinction comes first. They seem to misunderstand our argument, which is pre-fiat. Our argument is not on the level that is on their case level. Our argument is instead that their underlying assumptions, A, indict all of the pieces of evidence in their case, which means that they don't access the extinction level in the first place. But then second, and more importantly, that their underlying assumptions are so bad that they should independently be dropped, which means that even if you think that extinction outweighs on the post-fiat level, they are not interacting with our offense on the pre-fiat level. Then they say that discourse does not shape reality. They have conceded that winning and losing debate rounds determines the direction of the activity. So if their rhetoric is reproduced in other rounds, it still determines how other people engage. So even if it doesn't shape the greater world's reality, it still shapes how debaters think about the world. And we think the debaters take their policymaking opinions from how they do debates. Then they say that like pushing out critical education is really bad. The only people pushing out critical education is them by reading Extinction Outweighs. They didn't read a critical position that we came up and criticized. In fact, this card flows for us and is probably an independent reason that them reading extinction framing against critical framing is a good reason or a reason to drop them also. Then go to the substantive level stuff. The first thing they say is that our view of history is revisionist and Japan isn't actually a colonialist power. First, our evidence postdates Japan has more recently been neocolonialized by the US by the Harper 21 evidence that says Japan gets 97% of their weapons from the US, and the Smith 03 evidence that says that former colonial powers having arms of the colonial power is a form of neocolonial dependency. Then go to the Bandow stuff. Okay, this is pretty silly. The first thing they say is that Japan should become a normal country is bad rhetoric. In the next line, Bandow says, and learn to defend itself. Bandow is agreeing with the conclusion of our case that to defend themselves, they should free themselves from neocolonial control. Second, the thing that they say to send to say that he's racist is him saying that even if America doesn't have a structural problem, they still need to address the flaws of racism to fully realize best American potential. 3, even if Bandow was bad on problems of police brutality, it still doesn't mean that he's an inherently colonialist author, which would be the only reason to drop us for reading this in a neocolonialism. Okay, this is a last-ditch effort. Then they read Warwick 07 that says that the East is also violent. They have no empirics of this. Our Street 18 evidence is very good on the question. It says that the US is the leading threat to peace with literally more examples than I have time to extend right now. Then they say that projection doesn't change anyone's mindset, but our argument is not necessarily that you reject them, but instead they have conceded that your ballot is a competition between 2 worlds. So if you think that our world is more correct, you up us to uphold our world and our conception. Very, very easy AF ballot, whether you're voting on paraphrasing because they pushed us out of the round or you're voting on the K.
We'll take a tiny bit of pause now. Okay. You good for cross?
Yeah.
Start time. Oh, can I take the first question?
Yeah.
Start time. What's worse, killing 100 million people or selling arms to a country that in peace?
What?
What's worse, killing 100 million people or selling arms to a country in peace?
So selling arms to Japan is just a another facet of neocolonial control. So our evidence indicates
Answer my question. What's worse, killing 100 million people, or in your words, being a fat?
Bob, this cross strat of trying to get me to make stupid concessions as if I don't know my case isn't going to work.
I'm just wondering.
So let me answer the actual question that you're asking, which is that our argument is that selling weapons to Japan is a form of American neocolonial control, the neocolonial control that furthers the impacts of the Street 18 evidence, which is that the US is the leading threat to peace in the entire world. So yeah, it's worse to sell weapons to Japan. Can I take a question?
Real quickly, for the sake of argument, if I were to agree with your premise and that this is a neocolonial structure, right? How can we compare which what comparison mechanism we're supposed to use to say which mechanism of colonialism was worse?
What do you mean? Which
for the sake of argument, let's assume that both sides are right, that Japan was colonialist in the past and that selling arms is colonialist right now.
So
how do you compare
Japan being colonialist in the past is not offense for you. It's not something you access offense under the resolution. It's something that historically happened, but more recently, Japan has been neocolonially controlled by the United States. So either you're reading outdated uniqueness evidence or you're trying to garner offense off of something that already happened on a resolution that's not forward and backwards looking. It's just not offensive for you.
Japan still maintains remnants of that neocolonial structure. Does that
would have been a great argument for rebuttal.
Yeah,
You
cool.
can take a question though.
Huh?
You can take a question. Oh, okay, sure. I'll take one.
Okay.
All right. Let's talk about sort of your uniqueness on the security guarantees. So how does your evidence on C3 conclude that other countries, the US is a good ally?
Yeah, the US is a great ally actually, because we're strong enough such that our adversaries, let's take the example of Iran and Israel, right? Iran is never going to attack Israel with the understanding that the US is always there to protect Israel, and the US is so strong that Iran says, you know what, we're not going to win a war against the US,
so,
attacking Israel.
Because of the US's massive military and imperial power, that is what makes them a good ally under your warranting.
Not imperial power. I think the United States is acts pretty altruistically when it protects allies across the globe out of only desires to protect itself and its allies. So I think that's not an imperialist motive.
US acts. Okay, wait. So I just don't get how you're making that claim when the street evidence has still been conceded, right?
No, I don't want to know what an old white guy named Street once said. I just want to know on a very basic.
I don't really want to know what a debater named Bob says either. I want evidence on the question.
The entry fees to the TOC to hear what Bible has to say. But the point being here is that the U.S. security guarantee other countries for by scaring adversaries. We'll take a bit more prep.
I think that's all right. It'll be the off, send the link on the K. I'll find it. On the off, this is pretty silly. Vaibhav read one piece of paraphrased evidence in rebuttal. If they really wanted to counter this, they could have just called it an analytic and moved on. Insofar as one, I'm not going to go for this argument, and two, it's one old white dude saying some random thing. I could care less if it's an analytic. Just tell us to strike the argument. We would. It's one piece of paraphrased evidence. But substantively, K outweighs theory for a couple of reasons. First, discussions on critical arguments are killed by frivolous theory, and second, obviously talking about oh, you paraphrase this one piece of evidence probably isn't as important for the world as saying this is how we should not be racist and stuff. So K probably comes before the theory. At which point, let's go to the link level on the K. It's pretty clean. They just dropped all of the link level responses that Vaibhav makes in rebuttal. First, Vaibhav tells you that it's non-unique. Japan will always be under the American sphere of influence because they will still be reliant on the U.S. nuclear guarantee, meaning that even if you affirm, Japan would still be dependent on the U.S.'s neo-colonialist military influence because it's still under our nuclear umbrella, which is why even when Germany militarized, the U.S. still protected it as an ally. Germany didn't suddenly I don't know, drift out of the U.S. sphere of influence. So at worst, this is terminal defense because they have no link. It's not unique. However, they also concede the fact that Japanese militarization increases colonialism because Japan is a colonialist power. All they say is that the US is neo-colonializing Japan. Cool, the US can neo-colonialize Japan and Japan can still be colonialist. Those two things can happen at the same time. Abe literally came out and denied that Comfort Woman literally happened, and the LDP is one of the most nationalist parties in the world. Japan is still very, very nationalist. Why is this bad? Vaibhav does the comparative that having militarism in Japan and militarizing Japan leads to more colonialism than just the US, also supercharged by the non-unique because colonialism doesn't decrease in the act because Japan is still dependent on the US. All that changes is that Japan is still dependent and they get a military, which means that now they do even more colonialism. And as Vaibhav said in rebuttal, militaries are the engine of colonialism. Which that term was dropped. And then really quickly on Bandow, they say that Bandow agrees with them. Cool. Bandow can agree with them and still be really racist. Insofar as his rhetoric is bad, it's enough of a reason to drop them. If you look at the email chain, Bandow literally says Japan should finally act like a normal country. I'd say that's pretty bad rhetorically, even if his conclusion is good. Supporting bad authors who write bad rhetoric in the debate space is probably on net bad if you want to buy that like discourse is important. They say that the US is worse than Japan. Like, okay, the US is Japan's dependence on the US doesn't decrease in the app. That was conceded. At which point, probably vote on the link here on the page.
Okay. Starting now.
Okay. So it's going to be the shell.
Oh, wait, one more second of prep time. All right, you're good.
Okay, the shell, the F. Oh, okay. Actually, it's gonna be the shell and independent. I'll extend the F, and then it'll be an independent link into the F, and then the link we've been reading. I'll signpost as clearly as possible. Is everyone ready? Can I?
Yeah.
Passing through my extensions on the floor. It's okay. Okay. On the shell, it's extended. A is the interp. They presented a paraphrased piece of evidence. It's pretty bad. But then B is the violation. Our shell comes directly off of their wiki. They read it in the past. Paraphrasing is bad. For C is the standards. Look to time skew. We had to take 2 minutes of our prep time in order to figure out exactly what their evidence says. D is the voters. Look to fairness. Fairness fundamentally excludes all discussion in the debate space. It's particularly K debate, as exactly what happened in this round, because we're waiting time on this. Remember, no RBIs. They're structurally unfair. They're extremely competitive. It leads to infinite wins because of bait theory. They read two responses. First, they say it's just one piece of evidence. Yeah, one is enough. It's our interp. But then two, they say that the K outweighs because it kills the discussion of theory, kills the discussion of critical literature, and it's not as imperative. We tell you that directly in this round, what happened was the reverse. First, their practices kill the discussion of case because we have to waste time on this now. It cleanly outweighs. Fairness is a prerequisite to having these discussions because if the debate space is unfair, nobody can have conversations about literally anything. That in mind, move on to the K. Let's extend that quickly. Our argument is really simple. First, it comes from Watterson, which tells you that we see a historical history of the United States being a colonial power towards Japan and controlling it. This continues into the modern day. Harper tells you that the US supplies Japan with 90% of its weapons. Bandow tells you that the solution is to give Japan back control of its military to break the neo-colonial dependence. Stanford tells you that allowing the US to continue to have this dependence leads to the United States' perpetuation of its colonial violence, making it the biggest threat to peace in the status quo and killing millions every year. Twomey tells you that you have to reject any instance of US colonialism in order to prevent the status quo from continuing. The role of your ballot is a choice between two worlds, the world where you're rejecting US colonialism and the world where you're affirming it. With that in mind, let's look to an independent link into this K that Vibov said during Cross. He said that the United States is a fundamentally pacifist actor that just acts in the best interest of itself and its allies, and it doesn't do violence every year. This is a clean place to vote for us because it's denying the history of US violence and hiding it. When you ignore and hide US violence, it only is allowed to perpetuate because everybody doesn't believe it's going on. But then let's look to the K that we've been talking about, the link we've been talking about in the entire round. They read two responses. First, they tell you that it's non-unique because Japan would be, it's always going to be under the control of the United States. Twomey tells you that this is an ideological rejection of US colonialism. Debate is a thought experiment. Look to it in the round today. But then two, they say that we see an increase in colonialism when Japan remilitarizes because Japan itself is a colonial power. They can see the fact that one, they read no empirical examples of Japan being colonialist or any trend analysis saying that Japan would directly return to its colonial history. We tell you they probably wouldn't because they're so neo-colonialized by the United States.
Bandow.
I know. Yeah. Third, they tell you that even if Bandow agrees with us, he's still racist. They completely concede Catherine's two responses on that. First, saying that they can't actually provide any indication that his rhetoric was problematic. They don't read a warrant. They just say that Japan becoming a normal country is problematic. They don't read any reason why. But then two, they don't read any instances of external racism. And then three, they don't tell you that even if Bandow is racist, it affects his writings on colonialism. We could say he's still probably a good author, and you don't even need him to vote for us anyway. Yeah.
Oh, just one more thing on the theory. Striking the argument's not enough because of time skew.
Yeah, striking the argument isn't enough. The damage has already been done. We have massive time skew. Easy F.
You want to skip Grant?
Uh,
No.
I don't really care.
Huh?
Actually,
I mean, whatever the judges want, actually.
I don't think they care either.
I mean, I'm flexible. I think we're on Candy Camera. It's at the TOC. I think honestly there is a use for the Grand Cross in this round, personally.
I'm
but
pro Grand Cross, yeah.
yeah.
Let's do Grand Cross.
Perfect. Can we take the first question?
Okay, go ahead.
Let's start now. Can you just explain your whatever you said in summary about Bandow? I didn't understand what you said.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. So, well, first and foremost, the argument that you all go for is just that even if his conclusion and like the reason he said what he said in the article that you sent us is to affirm the fact that Japan should break its colonial dependence on the United States, he's still racist and that rhetoric is still problematic. What you didn't do is A, provide any examples of him being externally racist, and then B, provide a warrant why saying that Japan should become a quote unquote normal country is problematic. You just sort of say that it is.
Third, there is no evidence read anywhere in the round. Like the racism evidence isn't extended in summary, but even in rebuttal, there was no evidence that Bandow for the claim that Bandow is like a colonialist. That's just a complete assertion that came from
Just to clarify for everyone in the round, because it wasn't defined by the other side, the way that Bandow defines what a normal country is a country that defends itself. So they have to prove that
is problematic.
Okay. All right. I guess real quickly, independent of like Bandow's like beliefs or rhetoric. If obviously like I didn't read I based the Bandow claim based on my readings of him, like, and knowing that he works for the Cato Institute, etc. Like, if I can, like,
the evidence.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, we can all have prior knowledge coming into debate rounds, but if we don't read evidence on that prior knowledge in debate rounds, it's not something we can win off of.
I don't need evidence to tell me George Wallace is a racist. I just don't need evidence to tell me George Wallace is a racist.
If you're making an argument in a debate round, then you actually do need evidence.
Yeah, because otherwise it sets a standard that anyone could stand up and say that anyone is anything and discount any author.
Like, it's pretty ridiculous.
Racist is a matter of fact. Doug Bandow is racist. It's pretty close to being a matter of fact, right? Like,
but there's no
I mean, like, to you, but right. I think you should probably read evidence on the question.
Yeah, I mean,
an argument you're going to go for.
You cannot go for the argument that you can make a claim without having read evidence because you feel that claim is pretty ubiquitous and
Because you,
therefore
like,
everyone has to agree
allegedly
with
like
you.
read something about it.
Right,
You can't
like-
produce what you read.
Like,
it's
what
pretty
if
silly.
none of the judges know who Doug Bando is?
Fair enough. You can take a question.
All right. You want to go?
Okay. Let's talk about Japan's militarism. Has Japan given any indication that if they were to repeal Article 9, they want to revert back to their colonialist practices?
Yeah. So actually, the LDP, like if you there's the person who actually like the LDP, like a lot of it's like, we read evidence for this on like in our lay case. We can send it to you need, but the LDP like campaigns on like fear mongering against Chinese and Koreans, saying that they want to like first strike Chinese and North Koreans. There's a like campaign speech about how like one of Abe's associates talked about first striking, like wiping Pyongyang off the face of the map. And on top of that, they think Koreans are subhuman. So I'm just putting two and two.
There's probably a pretty large distinction between like campaign promises and like what's actually going to happen.
Yeah,
Build
but
the wall.
He said he wanted to wipe Pyongyang off the face of the map. Like, okay, it's gonna go Wang. It's just gonna go theory. It's gonna Wang theory critique. They'll be weighing all throughout. Alrighty. Let's start the time now. Just because it's not a substance round doesn't mean you need to weigh. My opponents didn't do a shred of weighing in their summary speech. They just kept saying things are an independent reason to vote for them, but never compared it to other pieces of offensive flow. Namely, they don't extend they don't read a piece of weighing as to why theory comes before the critique, and they drop all of our weighing as to why the critiques outweigh the theory shell, because we're garnering off of the critique. Extend the fact that frivolous theory like the stuff my opponents are reading, a crowd-side discussion of actually important issues like we're discussing on the critique. More importantly, they didn't extend an interpretation or the text of the interpretation for the shell. You cannot vote for it as flow. Judges do not intervene and give them a ballot because you dislike paraphrasing as a whole, and it's one card. It's ridiculous. Let's go to the critique. Specifically on this idea that what I said in crosses an independent voter sheet, there's not a reason as to why it weighs against the rest of the flow. No reason as to why it's bad for the round. They don't contest the fact that they just say the United States is quote unquote broadly violent, but I contend the United States overall in its history of the world has been a much larger force for good than it has for evil. This is a fact. Like, I'm willing to defend it, and my opponents don't read a warrant why this isn't true. Don't give a new one in second final focus. However, the place my opponents lose the round is the conceded link term, that militaries are the driving engines behind colonialism. Without militaries, countries will never be colonized. There's no difference in power structure between states. The thing that changes, my opponents are advocating for a world in which one state acquires a military power, which is uniquely important because that means their rhetoric is actively supporting things that are the driving engine behind every instance of colonialism in history, not just Japan, meaning we are broadly outweighing on scope. So you're rejecting their rhetoric for advocating for an engine of colonialism. More importantly, they've conceded the non-unique, that Japan will always stand under the nuclear umbrella. This has been conceded throughout the round, so that they're voting for them does absolutely nothing, because in either way, Japan is still neo-colonized. There's no change in voting for them. Don't drop me in TOC quarters because you have a hunch of a belief that colonialism is a bad. Look at the flow. They're clearly losing it. Then you can also vote on this idea that Japan is still Japan as a colonial power. A, the LDP is still really nationalist. That's dropped. B, killing 100 million people is far worse than selling arms to a country that is an objective fact. At the end of the day, Japan is still calling this. There's nothing that changes in my opponent's world. For these reasons, negate.
Okay, everyone good? Okay. Oops, sorry. Theory, their offense, our offensive overtime, or like RK offense rather. All right. Start on the theory weighing. Bob must have just missed it in Sophia's summary. Her argument is very simple, that because of the time skew put that we had to spend reading this very long paraphrase card, we weren't able to A, use our prep time to actually frontline our case, and B, had to spend a lot of our rebuttal and summary engaging in theory debate instead of actually engaging in the critical debate. So in this round, actually the converse is true, where their bad practices are pushing out critical debate. So voting on the theory shell is a prior question because it precluded everything else in the round. You cannot evaluate everything else in the round. That goes conceded out of Sophia's summary. Let's extend the theory shell. A is the interpretation. When reading evidence in round, debaters should not paraphrase. B is the violation. They don't. They also read this interpretation themselves, trying to kick out of it because they violated is pretty scummy. C is the standards. It's time skew. It's very, very simple, right? We had to spend all of our time reading over the evidence. We didn't have time to actually engage in the debate. D is fairness. They have conceded that fairness is the internal link into everything else in the activity. So we cannot engage in any debates that are not fair. We cannot engage in any conversations as long as they are not fair, which means that we don't actually have to answer any of their offense. We just have to win we weren't able to answer it. Finally, extend that you should drop the debater because just dropping the argument isn't enough because they already time skewed us out of the round. You have to drop them to make them think about their practices. Go to their offense. The first thing they say is that militarism is a driving force. Literally, our link extension frontlines this. They seem to think that in a world where Japan has a military, the U.S.'s military doesn't exist in that world. But our Harper 21 evidence indicates that 97% of Japan's current arms come from the United States, which means that they are still a military in either world. Secondly, Street 18 gives you the try or die weighing that right now the U.S. is the worst imperial force in the entire world and the leading cause of death, which means that even if you believe militaries are the driving force, the U.S. military is the worst one. Then they read a non-unique that Japan is still under the nuclear umbrella. They concede Sophia's Tuomi frontline that it is an ideological rejection of the United States, which means that they will remove themselves from under the US's umbrella because we're ideologically rethinking Japan and the US's relationship. Finally, they say that Japan is still colonialist. That does not matter insofar as they have no empirics about why Japan's colonialism is bad. And our Street 18 evidence that the US has caused mass suffering and death over the entire world is conceded. Very easy AF ballot.
Ron, thanks for judging.
Good round, y'all.
Good round.
Great round.
Move on now.
I also think it was a great round.
All right, that's the minimum about. I'm gonna be right back.
Sorry. 1 second. Sorry. Is everyone here? Cool. So just wait for everyone to turn their cameras on. Okay. I just want to start off by saying congratulations to both teams. This is an incredible achievement. You should all be incredibly proud of yourselves. Like, this is fantastic. But the decision ends up being a 2-1 for the affirmative. I actually voted neg, so I can start off with my RFD. I'll start on the K. I think that Whitman is not adequately responding to the link turn that says they fundamentally advocate for militarization, which is the root cause of all colonialism. I think the scope weighing off of this is also not answered. So at that point, I buy that the overarching advocacy is probably a really bad thing that contradicts the rejection of colonialism by upholding the mechanism behind it. I think that at this point, the more specific Japan scenario doesn't matter as much because there's not an argument from either team as to why I should prefer it. But even so, I think the AF isn't adequately responding to the arguments from the neg that, like, Japan is nationalist and still colonialist, and there's a history of Japanese imperialism. And by the way, I find it very annoying that the AF answered this by saying there's no warrant for why Japanese colonialism was bad. And B, that Japan will still be under the US nuclear umbrella even after the AF happens, which kicks out of the front line that it's about ideological rejection of the US in terms of Japanese militarization. I think that at worst, this does function as terminal defense on the K. And the other thing is that there's no real comparative done on the scope weighing from Lindbrook and the idea that the US is the worst colonialist actor. I'm never told why I prefer the US individually over the mechanism for all variation in power structures between states or vice versa, but it seems much more natural to default to the scope weighing and the inherent upholding of the mechanism, even behind US colonialism. On the theory debate, I think it's game over when the interp isn't extended in summary by the AF. I don't really care about the evaluation of the theory when it's not properly extended, but even so, I think the AF is losing by not responding to the Friv theory argument, and that at that point, I'm inclined to buy that paraphrasing theory based on one piece of evidence is not more important than the discussion of these bigger issues. Another problem is that there's no weighing done by the AF on fairness. There's just the assertion that you were skewed out of the discussion of the K, but the discussion of the K still happened, and there's no real articulation as to why that decrease in engagement is more important than the time you spent reading the theory and inserting the theory debate into the round. So at that point, I'm voting neg off the link turn on the K. I have two other notes. First, I think that Lindbrook takes the wrong path to the ballot in summary. I think you should have gone for the extinction counter roll of the ballot because, first of all, the fourth warrant is pre-fiat. And all of the extinction first warrants aren't handled well by the AF. You also could have used their response that debaters take lessons from debate into future policymaking as a link into making the first three warrants pre-fiat. I think this would have been a lot cleaner and easy to weigh against both the AFK and the theory. The last thing that doesn't really affect my decision, but I still wanted to say it, is that I think Whitman is kind of reductionist in this round, especially surrounding issues of past Japanese imperialism. Like, it strikes me as very, very improper to ask your opponents to warrant why historical Japanese colonialism was a bad thing after, like, one of your opponents speaks about how their ancestors were affected by this colonialism, and also just the knowledge of the violence that you definitely have as debaters who are clearly well educated on this topic. But I'll defer to the other two judges now.
All right, sure, I'll go. A lot of what was just said are the thoughts that I had of arguments that needed to be made by the neg that could have caused me to think differently about the round. Ultimately, I end up voting on the theory. Like, I think that it's a little bit silly to say that they didn't extend the interpretation. I mean, when it's not contested, they say extend the interp. I'm extending the interp. Like, I don't think that there needs to be like reading word for word or something that's being made. So I'm putting that live. And I think that the way the impact is being framed, there is a time skew. If that's what is being asserted, I think there's a multitude of ways that you can argue how that doesn't link into, to education. It's unverifiable that it even like really occurred. We're kind of taking them their word for it. There's a lot of things that could have been argued that could have not taken place, but I think just sort of asserting that they haven't proven the theory comes before the K, I don't think is enough. I think overall it's mishandled. I do think that it was kind of perhaps a poor strategic choice to go for it, which I know is odd that since I'm voting for it. But I do think that the issues in the round were robust. And so like to that extent, it could have taken place, but I don't really see that answer being made by the neg, but like the discussion happened anyway. So that means that there was no loss of fairness. And so I can't like make arguments for the neg. I do think it's mishandled, and I do think it presents like a live pathway to the ballots. That's where I'm voting on it. Probably the reason I'm voting there is because I also think that I would have voted F anyways on the link turn. And so I kind of would be remiss to say that I didn't like vote on the theory, because I also thought that probably F was winning on the K anyways. If it had been different than that, I might have thought differently about the theory. But I think that the argument that if the articulation is supposed to be that the neg is an advocacy that rejects militaries, period, and that was the thesis, I feel like that articulation needs to be made better and sooner and more clearly and definitely earlier. I actually stopped and asked myself if the final focus was a new take on the whole thing. Like, was it a new argument? I ultimately don't think it is. I think it is a fair extrapolation of what's already being made. But the fact that I even thought that, I think is an indication this needs to be made sooner. In any event, I don't think that it's responsive to the weight of the evidence that is telling me that, combating the US uniquely is where the fight on neocolonialism needs to take place. I think that would answer back like the idea that it's just going for the militaries in the first place. Again, it's a little bit messy there, but I do think that there is offense for the F stemming from the K anyways, but it doesn't matter because I'm voting on theory. So I'll stop right there. I have like so much more I could say, but I think that that's good.
Yeah, I'm pretty much on that exact same track. I vote theory. I think that it's the easiest place to vote. The interp is extended. Ironically, I'm not sure if the drop the debater argument was in summary. It's recorded, but we can always check that. Yeah, so no interp was extended. It was extended. I understand your frustration. Like, I can see it vibe off. Like, it's just one card. I get it, bro. Like, I understand it. Whitman, y'all know I mess with y'all, and y'all know that this was, yeah, but it was just, it's theory. Your response was kind of this reasonability appeal, but that's itself another thing in the flow. And the weighing was extended, and it was comparative, and it was flushed out at the end, so I mean the theory is just the easiest place. Even on the imperialism stuff, yeah, Whitman, y'all got to be careful about how y'all are responding to this Japanese colonialism thing. Like, I get you want to read the debater responses, and it's like, yeah, they don't technically read a warrant, but there are some things you don't really need to read a warrant for sometimes. But there are other parts of the argument that needed to read warrants for. And that was all the stuff you also called them out for, just like, I don't know how this happens. What do you mean the colonialism just comes up? I don't know what Japan as a colonial state means. Like we're talking about Japan the last 200 years. Like, are we talking about Japan? All I get is like Japan's a colonial state, so military, like that's not really an explanation. The rejection of the overall military, the issue is it's extended in summary literally as like a one sentence, as kind of this sub argument to the colonialism argument part on Japan. And then in final focus, it's taken more in the light that it was in rebuttal, which is this like holistic rejection of militarism. There's a new response from Whitman, which is like, oh, the US is always there, but I don't like that response for the same reason I don't like the argument that Japan is always under the umbrella, which is it's not about standing militaries, it's about ideological rejections, and I accept that front line. And so I would buy your reject militarism argument clear through their response. The issue is it's just not really a developed argument. Like, they couldn't come up here and just say reject colonialism. That they have to read this entire thing the same way I would expect you all would have to read it if you're rejecting militarism and kind of the analytic that it's the engine of colonialism. It's like, I understand what you're saying, but that's just like that's not really how this argument works, and I can't just like make a K for you. Yeah, I also agree with Sylvia. I think y'all's collapse strat is going for this extinction stuff. I mean, it wasn't handled properly, and I think that probably would have been the move. And then just making reasonability claims and saying like, we literally offered to just call the card paraphrase and just kick it off of the flow beforehand. That happened before their prep skew. And And then that would have dealt with theory, and you could go for substance, which at that point is just clean. Yeah. If you have any questions, you can go right ahead. You know me, I don't really care about that.
Oh, and I just had one thing I wanted to throw out that you sparked my memory. Yeah, like an alternative strategy, I think was good. I do agree that like this the extinction analysis is definitely stronger, like, coupled with just the simple, like, role playing policymaker. It's really what they're doing too. And you could argue that they have full access to the K as case turns to case, right? Like we're not forcing them out on that, but just beat back the idea that there's some sort of pre-fiat ideological thing. They don't really even go all out in establishing that anyways. That's kind of just sort of thrown in there as a strategic thing to say that they are existing on a pre-fiat level. I think you could beat that back and then not have to, like, you kind of just give up on your position almost a little bit. I don't think you need to do that. I think that the answers were all there. So, all right, that's just one other thing I wanted to add. But yeah, the questions.
All the RBs made a lot of sense. Thank you so much. And great round, y'all. Good luck in future rounds. Y'all.
Thank you all.
All right.
Thanks.
Pleasure judging with this panel.
Hi, start time of this round is 3:30, right? Does anyone know like when we are supposed to start?
Yeah, I think they're just trying to get us in the room.
Okay. Ben, have you all figured out if you're breaking new yet or not?
Yeah, we are.
Okay.
Are y'all?
Yes. Well, it kind of depends on the app, but like,
We're speaking second though.
No, we're not.
oh wait, yeah. Okay.
Okay, cool.
So, who is the first speaker from Walt Whitman?
Sophia Polly.
Yeah, can both the teams please share the case documents?
Yeah, we will. I
we
think
will
when
when we
the
start.
round is getting started.
Thank you.
I'm just confirming, this round starts in 13 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Do y'all want to drop emails in the chat so we can set up the chain? Cool, cool. Okay, I just sent the email. It's just a test. See if y'all got it.
I haven't yet. I'll let you know. Okay, I got it.
Oh, yeah, I got it. I will be back in 2 minutes. I should have asked if there's any questions for me or the other members of the panel as judges before we start.
I have not received the documents yet in my email, so
Yeah, I don't think either side has sent them yet because like debate hasn't started. But as soon as we get started, we're gonna send ours, and I'm sure Strike will too.
okay.
Well, congratulations. This is truly an accomplishment to make it this far at the TOC. Hats off to both sides and looking forward to a great debate.
Okay, I think Whitman's ready. Sophia, which version of the case are we reading?
1.2.
Okay. That didn't format correctly. Actually, give me one more second. Okay, case is sent. Let's all know when you get it.
One second. The one of the judges' emails, I think I accidentally messed up. So
Been blocked. I just got that one of the emails was blocked.
yeah. So how do we fix
Just
that?
reply all and add the email.
Yeah.
So hit reply all to the chain.
Yeah. So reply
Wait,
all.
but Ben, I don't think that you messed up the email. The email that it's saying is blocked for me is the correct one that I see in the chat.
Huh.
Judge Salkar, is there a different way to access
Oh,
your
okay.
email?
Yeah, check another email ID, then try this one. Because just an hour back, Ben or Ishan had sent me the email and I didn't receive. So check this other one then.
Okay.
One of these has to work.
Catherine, do you just want to reply all to that one?
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll just reply all to our case doc. All right, set. Okay, I have gotten yet another message blocked email.
Well, is it because the other email's still on the chain?
No, it's for the new one.
But when you replied to
I
everything.
took it off.
Okay. Okay.
But look. Okay, so it's also not letting me send to that email.
We could theoretically just put cases in like a Google Doc and then do the rest.
Let me try this real quick. Let me try forwarding
Yeah.
the email that you just sent me to this address that he just provided. Maybe,
Okay.
maybe it's on your end.
Mhm.
It's not letting you send. So let me do that. Okay, I have just sent to you, Judge Anand, the forwarded email.
I'll just wait. I think it should be in a minute. Otherwise, I have another ID you can use. So
Okay, yeah, it says my message to Anand, SAOKAR at Yahoo has been blocked. And I mean, this is just my regular Gmail, so I don't know what the issue is, but it is happening for me as well. So,
use my Gmail ID. So at least the Gmail ID should work.
Okay. I'll do that. I'll reply all to the
All right.
Gmail with the new email.
Because
feel like
then whatever they sent me, it came just an hour back. So I'm wondering why.
I think Yahoo thinks I'm spamming you, is what it said when I clicked on the message.
Got it.
Okay, we'll see if this works.
Okay.
That's
Then
just-
we're like,
Is it just content in the email, or is there a document that you're sending me? Catherine?
Oh, I sent all of our cards in the text of the email. If you prefer, I can send them as a Google Doc.
Hmm. So text should have come through my. Oh yeah, just testing. I got Wesley's email on Gmail as just a test.
But you
So-
didn't get theirs?
Yeah, on Gmail I got, but not hers yet. So yeah, Catherine, I have not received yours yet on Gmail yet, but at least just the email I did get. And it's
Okay.
not even in this. Oh yeah. So I got it in the spam folder for Catherine. Yeah, okay, I got it now.
All right, cool. We're all good?
Yeah.
good.
You're good.
Awesome.
Wait 1 second.
so when we send our case, should we reply to the email chain and then is someone going to forward it, or what's the deal there?
Oh, the chain that I just sent, the third version, has the correct email on it, I think.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Okay, great. Let me make sure I have that one up
Yeah.
and not the others.
I
Uh,
love to be online and have
yeah.
all the debate problems.
Was
Okay,
it,
I think I got it.
is it like the? Yeah, I think I have it. Was it
It's-
sent?
you
to
just
the-
said
And then it
Hi.
has the case doc in the double under part. Okay.
All right.
cool.
All right, in that case, is everyone ready? Good to hear. We negate. Our first contention is military spending. Macron 18 writes that growth in Japan's real GDP per head has outperformed every major economy with the 2 decades of rising living standards. Yamaguchi 19 explains that Article 9 enabled Japan to predominantly focus on economic growth. However, by crowding out productive capital investment, Hiller 18 quantifies that a 1% increase in military spending decreases economic growth by 9%. Thus, Gunner 14 concludes that Japan's remilitarization may only distract it further from devising sustainable socioeconomic reforms necessary for what it needs to expand. Critically, Japanese growth avoids global depression and conflict. Also, No 9 concludes that if Japan's economy collapses, supply chains across the globe will be affected. Asian nations may turn to authoritarian powers to limit the damage. Yang 19 of the World Bank terminalizes that in East Asia over the last few decades, 1 billion people have been lifted out of extreme poverty. Our second contention is protests for peace. Ho 17 writes that angry protests on the street of Beijing and Seoul are highly possible if a revision occurs, as most Chinese consider Japan's constitutional revision a march back to its military past. Empirics prove, after Japan bought the Senkaku Islands in 2012, Jacob 12 furthers that police across China battled to control widespread anti-Japan demonstrations, allowing social unrest that can destabilize the political transition in China. Large protests may be used to attack government corruption. Zhao 15 concludes that as social problems cause deep discontent across society and lead many to protest, the cracking up moment could come when Beijing is unable to sustain the regime's legitimacy. Instability goes nuclear. Story 13 concludes that political disintegration or a fragmented China could result in a nuclear weapon falling into the hands of irresponsible local leaders and pose a threat to the world. Our third contention is the Kuril conflict. Williams 22 finds that the Kuril Islands have been a point of controversy between Japan and Russia for decades. Moscow took control of the islands after World War II. In recent years, the Japanese government had refrained from referring to the islands as its territories in order to avoid upsetting the Russian government. However, the tide is changing. Williams continues that following the invasion of Ukraine, the Japanese government has reinstated its historic claim on the islands. Indeed, Japan Times 22 writes that Japan describes Russia's hold over the disputed islands as an illegal occupation. The classification will appear for the first time since 2003, reflecting Tokyo's shift away from a conciliatory stance towards Moscow to a more hostile position. If a conflict were to begin over the Kurils, Russia has everything to lose. Vukovic 20 finds that even indications that the Kremlin was willing to discuss the status of conquered islands were seen by Russian nationalists as treason, particularly the Kuril Islands. Recent constitutional changes in Russia suggest this view has only hardened. The new Russian constitution includes a ban on any alienation of Russian territories. This precludes the return of even 1 square meter of Russian territory to Japan. Indeed, Vukovic concludes that a potential return of the Kurils to Japan would be interpreted as a clear sign of Russian weakness, which would result in a serious political political crisis, leading to a breakup of the Russian Federation. Nonetheless, Russia has thus far responded to Japan's rhetoric proportionately because of Japan's historic commitment to pacifism enshrined in Article 9. Williams 22 explains that the Russian government told Japan it is ending negotiations to sign a formal peace treaty because of Tokyo's efforts to claim the Kuril Islands belong to them. Additionally, Reuters 22 writes that Russia is conducting military drills on the Kurils with more than 3,000 troops and hundreds of pieces of army equipment. However, without Article 9, Russia understandably has no reason not to believe that an invasion is imminent. In that instance, Russia must respond with decisive preemptive force or else risk losing the Kurils and its collapse. Stanton 22 finds that in a conflict, Japanese strike aircraft may suppress Russia's air defense and coastal missile systems deployed on the disputed islands. For this reason, Stanton concludes that the warships and submarines of the Russian Pacific Fleet will not be able to show proper resistance to the forces of Japan, and it is only a nuclear attack that will be able to stop Tokyo from seizing the Kuril Islands from Russia. This confrontation would be devastating. Rosa 22 finds that if even a small nuclear war were to break out, tens of millions of people would die after the initial blasts. Nuclear winter would destroy crops all over the planet and plunge billions into famine. This leads to extinction. Star 15 writes that a nuclear war would be a mass extinction event that ends human history. Any nuclear war fought with even a fraction of the operational and deployed nuclear arsenals would leave the Earth essentially uninhabitable. Thus we negate.
Okay, Ishan's sending the case, and then once y'all get it, I'll start.
Yeah, and make sure to have your mics turned off if judges and competitors.
Why does the Middle East contention look like that?
Oh, I'm muted.
Oh,
We're sending the case
Spoiler.
right now, though.
Yeah. I sent it.
Okay, the case has been sent. Whenever y'all get it and are ready, I will start. Everyone got it, or
I haven't gotten it yet.
okay, we'll wait.
Just got it.
Cool. Everyone ready? Awesome. We affirm contention one is missile defense. Currently, Siparla 22 of the Diplomat writes that a record-setting number of launches has sparked fresh fears in North Korea that North Korea is reaching the final stage of missile development and preparing an attack on the United States and its allies. Thus, James 17 of the LSE concludes North Korea's inability to reliably vet arms and a policy of confrontation implies that North Korean nuclear first strike on the U.S. is statistically inevitable. Beyond allowing Japan to use its current missile defenses, affirming will develop a new system to neutralize the threat. Herman 16 of the Hudson confirms Japan has anti-missile systems, yet these are designed to hit a missile during its final phase. Destroying the missile in boost phase is the slowest phase of its flight. The chance that Kim's missile could evade destruction shrinks to nil. Overall, Warnick 18 concludes that repealing Article 9 will tame the rogue nation, allowing the state to invest in better missile systems that can intercept North Korean ICBMs, no matter where they are and where the rogue state reevaluates their strategy for launching missiles. Absent deterrent, North Koreans test escalate. As Ward 18 of Vox concludes, North Korea wouldn't launch one bomb, but multiple and devastating environmental effects. Black smoke would make it above the weather, blocking out the sunlight and depleting the globe's agricultural output. Everyone on the planet would die. Contention 2 is Okinawa. After invading Okinawa in 1945, Yomini 18 explains that the U.S. took land, created bases, and imposed a new constitution that took away Japan's right to have an offensive military. Hence the word, the U.S. would protect Japan with bases. Thankfully, the constitutional revision would resolve the Okinawa issue, as Bandao 10 confirms so long as Tokyo requests American military protection, it cannot easily reject Washington's request for bases. Thus, Okinawa must advocate for defense independence. Affirming is crucial, as Bandao 16 confirms. As American forces returned home, Okinawa's bases would empty. Phasing out troops quickly is critical, as America plans to expand ecologically catastrophic bases. Yomini 18 confirms Japan will resume its landfills the landfills with concrete if built. There will be no reversing damage to ocean life. The marine habitat of Henko is second to the Great Barrier Reef in biodiversity. The base will destroy planetary life. As Esther 19 concludes, with the Hanoko base exploding into Ora Bay, extinction is in the cards. Coral reefs and our rainforests out of the sea, but Hanoko could be on its last legs. The destruction is pushing human survival past the point of no return. Hanoko could send shockwaves throughout the world's ecosystem. Contention 3 is the Middle East, and subpoint A is the Strait of Hormuz. Hormuz. Article 9 hurts Japan's ability to participate in defense of the Strait of Hormuz, as Manji 19 writes that the U.S. government has called for international military coefficient to safeguard the shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. However, since the FDF can only guard Japan-related vessels, it remains unclear whether the forces can participate. Empirics prove. Japan just said it's the main cause for opting out, as Kyoto News 19 confirms. Japan has no plans to send the self-defense forces to the Middle East to join a military coefficient envisioned by the United States due to restrictions by its pacifist constitution. This is uniquely key, as Kushal 22 warrants. Hormuz will remain a flashpoint with the recent mining of 2 oil tankers in the Gulf attributed to Iran. Even limited actions will achieve disruption, driving up the price of global oil. And Hormuz 19 confirms Hormuz links Asia to Africa and Middle East and to the Middle East. 90% of oil from the Gulf passes through Hormuz, and the confrontation over shipping could lead to a full-blown war between Iran and the U.S. Even worse, because high oil prices lead to more civil and interstate war over oil, while financing and emboldening oil states. Bunzel 18 confirms an $18 increase in oil is associated with a 13% increase in international conflict. Subpoint B is stabilization. Japan wants to stabilize the Middle East, but it's stopped by Article 9. Rhino 02 confirms Japan could play a strategic role in the Middle East. However, Japanese foreign policy has been severely constrained by Article 9, reliant on the U.S. security sphere. Specifically, an independent Japan would serve as a unique force for peace, as Wagner 13 confirms. Japan, holding unique, maintains cooperative ties with both Israel and Iran. Japan wields considerable economic influence with no historical baggage in the Middle East, a force for peace and stability. Extending Japanese diplomacy is uniquely key. As the USIP in 2022 explains, Iran will continue to project power in neighboring states, leveraging its expanding nuclear program, proxy forces, and military sales to advance its goal, locked in existential struggle with the U.S. Any escalation would be devastating. As Avery 13 terminalizes, an attack on Iran would escalate into a large-scale war. Russia and China might be drawn in. Nuclear weapons would be used, either intentionally or by accident, and global famine would result. It would destroy civilization. Thus, we affirm.
All right, are you ready for cross?
Yeah.
Sounds good. Can I take the first question?
Yeah.
So just to clarify, your first argument is that Japan would use new missile systems as a tool to deter North Korea.
Well, it's more that they like have the ability to, but yes, also,
That's good.
like,
You can
yeah,
do
it's
it.
just like they have the ability to shoot it down. Okay, on your C3, can you like explain the internal link to me?
What exactly do you mean by the internal
Like,
link?
can you just explain like the link on C3, why like affirming like helps?
Oh, for sure. So it's actually quite the opposite of
Or
affirming.
yeah, why affirming is bad.
We'd say that in the status quo, Japan has begun posturing saying that the Kuril Islands are their territory. Right now, the only reason that Russia doesn't fear an imminent invasion is that Japan is historically committed to pacifism. So they don't think they're going to go in and start a conflict because it's ideologically pretty much what they're against. However, in a world where Japan's commitment to pacifism, which we tell you is enshrined in Article 9, disappears, Russia is very afraid of an attack because they have a whole lot to lose, because losing the Kurils would lead to a massive political crisis.
Can I have like one quick follow-up?
Yeah, of course.
Your evidence indicates that like Japan currently has the ability to like repel attacks though, right?
Just generally, or like in the
Like
Kurils?
in the curls.
Why does that matter?
I mean, it's just a question. I like an answer.
We'd say that regardless, it probably doesn't matter because Russia doesn't think they'll use that ability.
Okay, cool. You can have a question.
Sounds good. Let's talk about Okinawa. Does the
Uh-huh.
United States have bases in like Kenya?
Or wait, Kenya? I don't like.
Yeah.
Maybe, I
I
don't
mean,
know.
yeah, you're right. They do. And does Kenya have its own military?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. So why, in a world where once Kenya developed its own military, the US just left their bases there?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the evidence we read. I think it's like Schreiner or something. What it says is that when the reason the US created the bases and the reason they're creating more is because after World War II, not only did they build the bases, but they also like put the article in the Constitution so they couldn't have the offensive military. And they kind of use that as a guise to say, like, oh, okay, like we're gonna be here forever or until like, you know, because you don't have an ability to defend yourself, right? It's unique to Japan in that like that's the reason they're there. That's the reason the bases were built in the first place.
Right, maybe in the first place, but when you look at it now, Japan probably wants the defense of their allies, especially when the allies such a massive military power. But I guess
I would actually argue to say like Okinawa is especially like historically like horrible for Japan. Like I don't know like if you've heard about like you know like the soldiers like having like they're like abusing.
probably don't get into that territory without a content warning.
Okay.
But even so, you can take a question. We have like 15 seconds left.
I'm good. I think we could just run 15 seconds across.
Sounds good.
Okay. Pulling up a timer, and then I'll run a little bit of prep. Starting now. Okay, is everyone good? Or actually, sorry, I'll take.
Just a second. So, Ben, where is reference to Strait of Hormuz in your case doc? I'm not able to find it.
It would be under, it would be the first subpoint A on the contention 3. So it's under, like, after the Okinawa evidence, the last piece of evidence is S tier 19. Under that is the Strait of Hormuz.
On the email, there should be a part that says view entire message.
Oh,
At the
that
very
part.
bottom, right next to where it says messages clipped.
Got it. Yeah. Oh,
Is-
okay. We went. Yeah. I think that is the problem. Got it. Thank you. Thanks, Alec.
Okay. New sheet. And then gonna go to the after that. All right. Let me know when everybody is ready. Okay. Okay, starting on the new sheet. The app's sorry, start over. I was on the wrong doc. Okay. The app's project overemphasizes human sovereignty and, as Ben conceded and Cross, views weapons as tools, specifically tools to deter North Korea. This ensures the propagation of war. Maishi is 17, who, with a knife in her hand, has not at some time wanted to stab someone or something. The desire to stab or shoot emerges from an encounter with a weapon. The desire incites a transformative reaction in humans that effectively enables weapons to produce their users. Weapons should be understood first and foremost as entities that operate on desire, and only secondly as instruments of violence. The dominant image of weapons present in international relations and security studies subordinates the use of weapons to human intentionality. This model simultaneously overstates the role of human interest in shaping the form and function of weapons and understates the formative powers of weapons in generating human conduct. Discourses about human sovereignty and intentionality create a highly productive ruse or a form of camouflage, which disguises how weapons exploit fear and profit recreates the conditions of their regeneration. Traditional IR theory views weapons as tools which augment or diminish state power, but do not change its essential functioning. Weapons are defined as distinctive, effective potentials which exert formative influence on social life rather than passive instruments of violence. Weapons do not merely impact human calculations or facilitate political violence, but actively contribute to the production of subjectivity and security and warfare. By forming new forms of desire, weapons also produce their users. Weapons alter operations of thought by introducing new possibilities that change human design, strategies, and aspirations. The affirmative mistheorizes security through human agency. This obfuscates the desire and drive to conflict created simply by possessing weapons. Mitchell 16. Critical infrastructure should not be treated merely as instrumental tools for maintaining the stability of society, but also as beings that disrupt its smooth function by breaking down, stopping, seeking, leaking, or otherwise malfunctioning. Humans are not the only agents in security. A variety of non-humans contribute to its conditions and the forms it takes. This creates a martial gaze that funnels warfare through an anthropocentric lens for scenario planning. Techniques of war premised on domination and control via arms regulation intensifies violent global expansion doomed to failure. Grove 19. Abstract machines machines and their concrete actualizations have taken on a life of their own. Wars are now being waged as laboratories for the development of weapons. The development of the next logistics breakthrough has become a whole purpose of war through its recursive relationship with the advancement of technique. This cycle leads to extinction. Randall 14, militarism is thoroughly entrenched in international relations as national economies are increasingly dominated by military expenditures. The sheer magnitude of armaments and weapons distributed around the planet forecasts a violent future. We have greatly expanded the scope of militarism and further institutionalized its destructive dominance. Invariably, if left unchecked, perpetual warfare seems poised to push humankind to the brink. The critique is the alternative. Tracing the resistance of the object ruptures subject-oriented philosophy. Harman 12, what object-oriented philosophy hopes to author is not a method, but a counter method. Instead of dissolving a text upward into its readings or downward into its cultural elements, we should focus specifically on how it resists such dissolution. The role of your ballot is to decide between two conceptions of reality. One where you acknowledge the influence of weapons over the people who constructed them, and one where their influence is neglected, begetting the infinite violence of the war machine. Go to the F. At the top of the C1, they read no actual uniqueness that North Korea is about to invade. In fact, the only thing they say is that North Korea is posturing. That is not sufficient to win their link. In fact, the Martin 10 evidence indicates that exactly the opposite is true. Oh, sorry, I took Martin. That exactly the opposite and true, and instead militarizing makes war with North Korea more likely. Martin 10 of the Global Post writes that the U.S. is thumbing its nose at Kim by encouraging its neighbors to stand up to him, and that would likely backfire. Increasing tensions would bolster the regime internally while driving closer to the embrace of China, triggering a massive arms race and tempting countries to step over the nuclear threshold. Go to the C2 on Okinawa. First, as Sophia alludes to in Crossfire, the U.S. will keep its bases in the country even after they leave. They assert that they will become empty just because it's politically unpopular in Japan. They seem to misunderstand that it is the fundamental right of the U.S. to keep their bases in the countries because they constructed them even after they stopped supplying all of Japan's military. Go to the C3 on the Middle East. We say that Japan losing their pacifism makes them a less effective mediator and person in the Middle East. That's because they're seen as any other U.S. ally that's dogmatically militaristic and they're not respected in the region. Easy, Nick. Half. Yeah, Nick.
Can we get the K?
Yeah, cards and stuff.
Cards or rhetoric or both?
Both.
Yeah, both.
Okay.
Wait, unmute. Are the cards different from the rhetoric?
No. Rhetoric, I just can't read off cut cards, so I put it in paragraph format for myself.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, I'll let you know when we get it. Wait, is the cards at the top and rhetoric at bottom, or?
That's
Oh.
correct. Two separate emails.
Got it. Got it. Okay. You'll see when I start my timer for prep. Okay, that was 30 seconds. Order will be the critique, the Yath case, and then the neg case. Yeah, so after the K, it's going to be a normal rebuttal. Okay, yeah. All right. On the critique, first, they have read no reasons why them reading the K does anything to solve out-of-round violence. We'd argue that discourse is not shaped by debate rounds because it's driven by wins and losses and co-opted by things like trophies and accomplishments. Even then, we'd argue they link harder into the K. They literally read a term about arms racing on our first contention and for the Kuril Islands and how Russia is going to use nuclear weapons. They are using weapons as a tool to win your ballot on this substantive debate. They should have just gone all in for the K when they first read it, or they should have not responded to our case if they really believe that weapons is a tool should not be considered. That said, we'd argue that our discourse is actually good because first of all, if we prove that our threats are tangible, then stopping them is good. It prevents extinction. They impact this extinction too. So whoever solves extinction best just terminally links better to the K. Remember, that's the impact of the K. So if we prove a better link, we win. Two, make them contextualize the link specific to the app. Make them prove what North Korea specifically deterring adversaries via Japan, building up their own capabilities, does specifically to worsen the problem. Two, their own evidence concedes that it is largely inevitable. Militarism is ingrained, so you can't reverse that with North Korea with Japan developing their own capabilities. And three, we'd argue them saying Japan can't have weapons is obviously on net worth because that was a post-U.S. colonialist policy. So saying Japan should have their own weapons is sort of self-empowerment for a country that has been colonialized and disguised by the West, which is more important because it allows for self-independence and allows the U.S. to not determine global politics, which we argue is a bigger impact to their K, because when the US is the one determining what weapons are good, what weapons are bad, that obviously is worse for the global world order and worse for peace because other countries have no say in the process. If we prove our links to be true, then you should vote for us. That said, the role of the ballot should be to determine who best proves consequences or benefits of voting affirmative or negative in the post-fiat world. A, predictability. We can't predict their K and non-topical stuff, so you should vote for who best topically engages. And B, it allows for the best clash. And C, everything in debate collapses down to topicality because that's the way we export education, and people have historically done things in debate and projects via learning about topics that enable them to solve things in the real world. Our link is just more specific because all our arguments are topical. Let's go to the app. At the top on contention 1, they say it's just posturing. Our evidence says it's, quote, statistically inevitable and that North Korea is doing more tests right now. They say it leads to arms racing without actually contesting the uniqueness. And also, we'd argue that arms races don't necessarily culminate in war because there's mutually assured destruction. The thing is that North Korea wants to launch a strike because they are testing missiles and they hate the U.S. in that regard. They've also conceded the link. On Okinawa, they say the U.S. keeps their bases there. They've conceded our evidence, which indicates that if the Japan were to revise Article 9, they no longer have the political ability to keep their bases in Okinawa without getting shunned. On contention 3, they say it becomes more, less of a mediator without any warrant whatsoever. Just because Japan isn't pacifist doesn't mean they can't mediate. For example, they can do things in the Strait of Hormuz like guard vessels and guard ships and also directly intervene. As long as they're not English speaking, that's uniquely good for peace. Again, they've read no evidence on this. We did. It's a pretty simple comparative. Let's go to their case. On military spending, turnip military spending is key to growth. 2 warrants. A, sales. Meet 16 rights in Japan, where military budgets were long cramped by pacifism, and accelerating cascade of new Japanese military tech is can drive a future economic revival, making it a more attractive partner. B, spending. OSMA 20 finds rising military spending tend to enlarge profits and enhance aggregate output. The impact is silly. There's no reason why Japan is key to the globe and why decreased economic growth turns into the increased authoritarianism and empirically disturb an 08 recession, e.g. On their second contention about protest for peace, revision doesn't broke adversaries. A is through proactive pacifism. Lin 19 explains Japan's goal of amendment is not to initiate a power struggle. If Article 9 were amended, Tokyo would retain a pacifist subclause. This also responds to their next contention because Japan is still pacifist at heart. But B is through the Goldilocks zone. Axley 13 explains for Japan, limited militarization enough to have some power protection capabilities, but not enough to invade neighbors would be reasonable. Again, response to their third contention. 2, their empirics are egregious. Citizens in China and South Korea have protested over dozens of problems. People in China are protesting because of lockdowns, and the Senkaku Islands empiric proves that they're able to quell the protests and it doesn't lead to spillover. On the Kurils, first, not a single piece of evidence says Article 9. If Japan doesn't become aggressive, they want to attack. Lin 19 writes Japan's goal of amendment is not to initiate power. Remember, that's right above. And Russia can't expand. 3 warrants. A, their entire military is bogged down in Ukraine. B, sanctions have collapsed their economy. They don't have the capability. C, the majority of Russia's navy is concentrated in the west, not the east, means Russia's navy can't actually start a war. And 3, militarization is not a threat. There's no reaction. Brown 21 writes Tokyo pushing through military changes doesn't automatically constitute a threat to Russia. Japan's military is not aimed at Russia, and Russia isn't stupid. They're not going to completely end the world if it's not beneficial for them. Also, peace is locked in from governmental ties. They are just bumps in the road. Bakov 20 writes Russia and Japan are being brought together through serious economic cooperation. The dispute on the islands will be put on the back burner.
Talk, please.
Okay. Here, let me cut out some stuff I didn't read.
Sounds good.
Okay, sent.
Okay. I'll tell you when I get it. Has it come through for anyone else? Okay, I just got it. All right, I'm good for cross then. And Sophia, you can look at the doc. Wait, do you have the responses on the K?
No, that was all off my flow.
Okay, that's fine. Here, you can just look at my flow. All right.
Yeah. All right, y'all spoke first, so take it away.
All right. Let's talk about the idea that like arms racing is also a link to the K. So is it the same to say that someone should get weapons because of X or Y reason and that they are a tool, to say that like there is an arms race because weapons have created desires in those countries? Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. But like you're using weapons and tools and arms racing and military buildups to win a debate round, no?
So the argument is not that we can't talk about weapons. It's that we reconceptualize how weapons shape human desires. So basically, sorry, can I just finish?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the idea is not that like no country or state should ever have weapons, but instead that the desire for militarism is produced by the weapons themselves. So us saying that there will be arms racing is not advocating for any state to get weapons. It's in fact saying that no more states should get weapons because that will create desires to use them. But you can take a question.
Okay, I guess we can talk more about the K.
Okay.
So was that, what did you put emphasis on the K and OK for? Again, yeah.
I didn't mean to. I guess it's just our talk.
So is there a scenario in which any country should be allowed to have weapons?
So again, our argument is not necessarily that no country should ever have weapons. Instead, that weapons should be reconceptualized before we advocate for more people getting them. So like we have to understand the beast before we can advocate for any more people getting it. Does that make sense? So our argument is not necessarily that we cut off all future paths to militarization, but instead that we have to understand the way that weapons create desires so that we can address that if other countries want to militarize in the future.
Already understood it. Like, why does it require a vote for your K for like us to understand? Because like, you've read it. I mean, like,
yeah,
someone got something. Okay, but
I think the disconnect here is that we are not going for a claim that we like solve outside of the debate round. Instead, that the ballot functions as a choice between two competing worlds, right? So all of your defense about like, oh, like there's no spillover outside of the round, debate doesn't shape reality, doesn't really matter insofar as the role of the ballot that we read is that it's a competition between two competing worlds and the judges should just pick which world they think is a more correct conceptualization of weapons.
Your world topical?
Sorry?
Your world defend the resolution?
Yeah.
Okay. And so to clarify, just one more time for everyone, there are no out of round impacts?
Yeah. Our role defends the resolution and our role of the ballot is not a spillover role of the ballot, but instead our role of the ballot is to vote between two competing worlds. I guess there are sort of out of round impacts in the sense that like the militarism impact is global, but like not on the level that we're going for. Like on the framing, if that makes sense.
But I've run out of time.
Okay. You want a question? Oh, that's time. Okay. Sophia, you want prep? Yeah. Okay, starting now. Ishan, send your text to the roll of the ballot.
I can like type it out, but like I again off the dome.
Yeah, that would be good so that just we have
wait,
like
sorry,
clarity.
what was your implication on your third response on the K? Just like that your discourse was good? Like what was the implication on that to the warrant?
What was my third response on the? Are y'all using FlexPrep for this?
Yeah, we can. Okay. I think we have two separate questions. We can use FlexPrep for Sophia's, but first, can you just send the text of the roll of the ballot?
In the chat. It might not be verbatim what I said.
That's fine, but like as long as whatever you type is like what you're going to defend.
Something along those lines. I don't know.
Okay, sounds good. And then now we'll run FlexPrep. Sophia, your question.
Yeah. So we cut out for your third and fourth responses on the K. Sort of. The first one was that your discourse is good. I missed the warrant, and then the next was that it was just to clarify. It was just that like we have to prove that you make the problem worse, basically.
Yeah, I think it was like a claim for or like a plea for specificity, like to what we specifically do with Japan and
Yeah,
North
okay.
All right.
But I needed the third response.
And then discourse good was that if we win our advocacy, then we prove that we're doing something good to stop a threat and stop something that prevents extinction. So.
Oh, okay.
We'll keep running.
Okay. Is everyone ready?
How much time's left?
It was like,
I think I have 10 seconds left.
Okay.
So it's gonna be the K and then maybe briefly your case. But is everyone ready? Sounds good. So on the K, our argument is really simple. The Meacham evidence tells you that weapons create desires within their users. Who with a gun in her hand has not had the desire to shoot someone? Grant tells you that because of this influence, we have seen a massive abounding of war throughout the world as more countries gather weapons. Randall tells you that this is entrenched militarism and weapons trade within society, which has led to near infinite conflict. Hartman gives you the alt very clearly. It tells you that you have to look at the way that weapons influence the desires of the people who hold them. Basically, tracing them ruptures the object or subject-oriented focus of the world and moves it to a more object-oriented direction. You are doing the praxis by tracing the way in which these weapons affected. Our role of the ballot is very simple. You have to choose between which conception of reality is right. The conception of reality where you ignore the way in which weapons affect the people who are using them, and one where you actually acknowledge them and then can begin to trace the roots of war and violence. They read 6 responses. First, they tell you that there's no reason that discourse shapes reality. 1, we don't need to win that discourse shapes reality. We need to win that our conception of reality is better in this round specifically. 2, they tell you that they don't have a link and ours is worse because of the arms races. First, their link is very explicit in Cross. They tell you that they conceptualize weapons specifically as tools to counter North Korea. 2, we are happy to concede that our weapons produce the conflicts in which we talk about. In fact, we A, probably trace those desires by reading the K in the first place, and B, we tell you the militarism happens specifically between Japan and Russia on our Kurils case because Japan is getting weapons, which means that the objects of the weapons are the ones causing this militarism. 3, they tell you that their discourse is good. 1, no, we tell you it's actually very bad because they are not proving yeah, my handwriting's too messy. They're not proving that, in fact, the Japan getting these weapons in the first place is ever solving a threat, but telling you that the weapons are the thing that causes the threat in the first place. 4, they try to tell you that we have to prove specifically how they worsen the problem. I think we do pretty clearly. First, we tell you Japan gets the weapons, which creates the desire within the Japan as a whole in order to start new conflicts because the weapons are a field for creating themselves in the first place. And then you see that happening with North Korea. That's pretty in line with Catherine's response on their side of the flow, which tells you that it provokes a North Korean conflict. 5, they tell you that we can't say They say that Japan getting weapons is good because it leads to self-empowerment. One, there's no implication off of that and why that's good. Two, we tell you that never happens because the United States is always going to have like a nuclear umbrella and so on. But three, we tell you that Japan getting weapons leads to more conflict and worse situation for them overall. Six, they tell you on the roll of the ballot should be post-fiat. One, our argument is both post-fiat and topical. Two, let's look at the two post-fiat implications. A, we tell you it's an indict on all of their evidence and thus their conflict scenario. You don't actually know what's going to happen because they don't actually take into account the way that the world works. And then B, we tell you that their case logic starts infinite war because per the Grinwald evidence, we see that war has become a new battleground for developing new weapons, which is how weapons reproduce themselves because they create desires. But then three, they concede our roll of the ballot, which is that it is a world's comparison on the post-fiat level between what is actually the way in which you should view the world. We tell you that obviously it's going to be the one where you are not begetting the logic of the infinite war machine. At the end of the day, you are voting for a case where we actually trace the way in which these actors operate, as opposed to a basically blind assumption on their part that when Japan gets weapons, it actually leads to deterrence instead of like tracing the fact that the deterrence is needed because of the weapons.
All right. We are going to take the remainder of our prep, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You'll see on the screen when we start.
2:30 left.
Yeah. All right, that's our prep.
Okay. The order is going to be really quickly on the AF, and then it's going to be on the K. Awesome. Go to missile defense. Our uniqueness is clear. North Korea right now is launching a record amount of tests and preparing for an attack. The James evidence concludes that war is inevitable. Repealing Article 9 means Japan can develop missile systems that can target ICBMs at their most vulnerable point, improving missile defense. North Korea would launch multiple bombs leading to nuclear winter from ash, blocking out the sky, causing extinction from time to time. You know, the second we do this, we can help it. Let's look at the wing. First off, let's look at the impact to the K. There is first off, they don't extend a reason it leads to extinction. So on base, we have the better link to extinction. But more than that, what is the danger? If their impact collapses to topicality, there's literally no contextualization. Remember, we are talking about a post-fiat world. Their whole logic relies on, oh, well, yeah, it's going to lead, the logic of the case leads to infinite war, but they never explain why. You have to explain why in order to win the topical link. But secondly, that's our argument on specificity. You have to be specific to the scenario to prove why it's bad. If they don't give you an independent reason as to why it's bad, you can't vote on it because you have no idea what it's going to do. But in our case, the second you affirm, you're going to have the ability to deter these ICBMs that they concede is inevitably going to strike. At that point, that's like extinction. But let's go to the K. Firstly, on the roll of the ballot, their world comparative is not mutually exclusive to ours. You can literally perm the K. You can have the debate discussion, the topical discussion, and just realize, oh yeah, security needs to be changed. That's totally fine. They don't give you a reason as to why you can't do that. That means on face, you don't vote for the K because there's no reason to, and we have a bigger impact. But also extinction outweighs everything they give you. Also on time frame, you just know we outweigh. But specifically on our response about, we told you Japan right now, weapons is on net worth because they don't have any. We need to give it to essentially defy imperialism. They tell you, oh, well, self-empowerment, isn't that important? But we tell you self-empowerment is literally the whole point. Japan having their nukes moves them away from the nuclear umbrella they speak of. Also, their logic is literally framed through a Western model. Give a reason why it's bad. We need to be able to give countries weapons to determine whether it's good or bad. We can't just rely on debaters telling us something's true and then just not testing everything. Our impact is just inherently better. Also, just on the roll of the ballot, we tell you you have to best prove the consequences, benefits of the actual resolution and in context to topicality. But what's important is A, they don't respond to predictability. You have no idea when or how their impact is going to materialize for the K. That means on face you vote for ours because our roll of the ballot is better. But secondly, we tell you this is the best clash. That's a post-fiat impact. They never explain to you what the post-fiat impact is on the K. But we tell you when you actually have class, you can export logical debates and political discussions to the real world, which actually causes change. That's a better post-fiat impact you can vote on. But then on topicality, we tell you topicality actually achieves tangible things. Okay, sure, maybe it's right. And what do you want me to do?
Oh no, you're good.
Oh yeah, maybe it's right. And maybe we can talk about this discussion, but topicality is the best way to do that because when you talk about the discussion topically, you can actually have a reason that interacts with reality, interacts with the world we know. They tell us oh, none of this is real, none of it's reality. We are talking about the real world. You are the one suggesting a new theory to evaluate things with. You always buy our logic first.
Switch all you.
Okay, y'all good for cross?
Okay, yeah, we're good.
Sounds good. So why at the top of Ishan's K responses did you say discourse never shapes reality? What's the warrant?
I don't remember.
Well, I mean, there certainly was one, and it wasn't, I guess, frontlined by Ben's response, new in summary, that said that your discourse, because it's topical, would specifically shape reality. So which half of it is true?
Okay. I think we can make the argument that non-topical or discourse that isn't specifically engaged with the topic, in its ability to, the resolution in specific, you could read this K on literally any topic ever that talks about weapons and deterrence and whatnot. That we'd argue isn't exportable. What's more exportable is clash between specific arguments and specific scenarios that can lead down specific roads. For example, in Emory finals a couple of years ago, when Anna Myers won, she drafted Israel policy for the US government, which is an example of how topical debate is exportable, but people read performance stuff all the time.
Wait, just because an argument is applicable to multiple topics doesn't mean that it isn't topical.
Right.
Our argument is fundamentally just it's a turn on yours. We say that your evidence is probably bad, your scenario is probably bad and inaccurate because you conceptualize the world incorrectly.
It's also just for the judges agreed upon that this is topical and post-fiat in the second crossfire and then conceded coming out of the first summary. So this is not the time to be having a topicality debate.
I'll put the question, but more importantly, I think you said our evidence is probably, and that's the problem. What is wrong with our evidence? Can you point out something that's wrong with it?
Yeah, I can. I think we did in speech pretty well. Here's the thing. What your evidence conceptualizes, and particularly what you both conceptualize, conceded out of first crossfire, is that you view the weapons that Japan would gather as tools to engage in a certain conflict. Instead, how you should conceptualize the weapons as things creating desires, they're not simply tools, and instead they create the conflicts in the first place that you would have Japan enter into with the weapons. It's we've been explaining this the whole round, but you can take a question. We've been on this forever.
Do you have one, Ben? I don't know. Do y'all want to keep asking questions about weapons and stuff? I don't know. The beast.
Help us understand the beast.
Yeah, understand the belly of the beast. So what is the beast?
Huh?
What is
What are
the
you
beast?
talking about?
Like I think in Crossfire, you alluded to like understanding the beast. What is the beast?
Did I?
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about, Ishan.
It's like I was trying to like make sense of what was going on. And then
No, it was Catherine at the end of your crossfire said like we need to understand the beast.
yeah, so what is
What
the
is the
beast?
beast?
I don't remember what I was talking about. Can you give me any more context?
Who's the problem? What's the problem?
Yeah,
what is there a specific thing you can pinpoint?
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
weapons.
Yeah. So
What are the beast?
here,
Like,
our evidence, I guess in this case, the beast is the infinite militarism that's been
Right.
caused by conceiving, or
almost
not conceiving.
quickly, what is a weapon?
It's
Ishan?
something that shapes desires in people.
Yeah, I mean, it's easier
Okay,
to
that's the end of
explain the
Crossfire.
qualities of a weapon than go that way.
Hang on to something there. Okay, that's too bad.
Okay. I think I have 10 seconds of prep. Let me pull up my clock and I will run it. Okay. It's the K. All right. Start on the role of the ballot debate. I think we're two ships crossing in the night here. It's actually quite simple. Our role of the ballot do not preclude each other. We are both topical and substantive debate, which means that we meet their role of the ballot. However, our role of the ballot has still been conceded by them that what this is a debate about two competing theorizations of the world. That means that the impact level of the debate does not matter. It just means which theory of the world you think is more correct is what you pick up. With that, let's go to the K. The Metri's evidence says that weapons are entities that operate on desire. When countries get weapons, they create the desire to use them. Mitchell says that because of these desires, all battlegrounds have become first and foremost arenas for testing new weapons. Grove says that this has created near infinite conflict as actors chase the drive to create new weapons, which Huntman says that the K is the alternative. When you acknowledge the desires that weapons create from their inception to their outcome, it ruptures the concept that humans have sovereignty over them. Once again, the role of the ballot is a world comparison of which theorization of power you think is more correct. They read a ton of new stuff in Ben's summary. Most of it is not actually responsive though. First, they say that we have to be specific to the scenario. We say that saying that Japan should get weapons is advocating for shaping the Japanese desire for militarism through the fact that they get weapons. Our argument is just that them getting any weapons through militarization shapes their desires. Then they say that the logic is Western framed. This is new, but then there's no implication as to why our logic being quote unquote Western framed implicates out in the debate round. Like there's no impact to that whatsoever. I have no idea what that does to our K. Then they say we have no reason that it leads to extinction. The reason that it leads to extinction is the infinite war that the Grove evidence alludes to that's in both of the link extensions. Then they read a new perm, which is pretty funny. A, it's new, but then B, they can't perm something that they violated. We are criticizing their rhetoric and they say that we can like have a criticism of their rhetoric and say they can still win their case. Those two things are mutually exclusive. Then they say that they outweigh on prediction on extinction and time frame. Again, this they have conceded is a debate about two competing theorizations of the world. Don't let Ishan get up in second final focus and like fix all of Ben's mistakes from summary. This round is over.
Okay, we're out of prep. It'll be after the K. Is anybody not ready? At this point of the round, everybody knows we're winning our contention. North Korea is launching a record amount of tests and is preparing for an attack that James Evans indicates that war is inevitable. Repealing Article 9 means Japan can develop missile systems that target ICBMs at their most vulnerable points, improving missile defense. North Korea would launch multiple bombs, leading to a nuclear winter from ash blocking out the sky, causing extinction from famine. The first thing I want you to ask yourself is, what is a theorization of worlds? What we are doing in this debate is both reading impacts and both reading things we think exist in the world. Their impact to their theorization of the world is extinction. The impact to our theorization of the world is extinction. If we prove that we outweigh on time frame, we win. And this is where the specificity call comes in. They have not explained when this leads to a sort of reproduction of militarism that specifically revising Article 9 then leads and culminates into extinction, whereas we have read a specific scenario that war is inevitable and on the brink right now, which is why you need to give them weapons. This is where the theorization of the world comes in. Again, it all collapses and boils down to something and what values you hold. That said, go to the response about them framing it through a Western perspective. Realize that Japan has historically been imperialized by the West and them having weapons is a method of self-empowerment. They say that this is new. No, it wasn't. And also the impact to it being Western framed is that we cannot test if their discourse is good or not. We should allow countries to have weapons, allow them to develop their own systems, and then see whether it is good, because they just want the US to dictate what happens around the world, be the world policeman and say, you have weapons. No, you can't have weapons. This is all a bad idea. We should do it. If you want the best of both worlds, you should be able to allow countries like Japan who have been imperialized to have their own weapons and then determine whether that is actually good or bad. The next argument we're going to go for is the argument about specificity. They say that our logic applies to Japan, but once again, how, what, when, how? I don't want to say who, what, when, where, why, but seriously, who, what, when, where, why? How does Japan specifically revising Article 9 then lead to this reproduction of systems? If we prove that deterrence is something that happens, that is our theorization of the world. Our theorization of the world is that revising Article 9 is good and leads to positive impacts. Again, if there is no out of round impacts, the vote collapses down to that. Under their roll of the ballot, we are winning because once again, they have not clarified that for you. And lastly, if you can't explain this K back to us when you're thinking up your RFP, you should not vote for it. Obviously, this argument is silly and just vote for the only actual topical argument in the round. Thank you. Yeah, good round, y'all.
Good round,
Good
Strick.
round.
Thank you for judging, everyone.
Yeah.
Excellent round by all.
Does anyone need any evidence, by the way?
All right. You're all back, I'm assuming. Congratulations. I thought that this was a very close, vigorous debate, worthy of semis to TOC, most definitely. It was a 2-1 decision for the affirmative in this round. Would you like to go first?
Yeah, so I squirreled. Let me go over the flow real quick. Ishan, you had a fun little ending there. You know, don't vote for it if you can't explain it. It's a nice thing to do. The issue is I didn't understand it. So I'll go through the round. So substance, we don't need to worry about that, right? I'll just go through, I guess, each part. On specificity, no warrant as to why it matters or a reason I can't vote for the K. I just kind of get, oh, be specific. They can't show why it applies. They also do show why it applies. There's this new argument, there's this new way you frame it in final, which is like be direct with the country, which, I mean, doesn't really make sense because, I mean, their evidence is unique to humans, right? So I don't really know why it has to get unique to Japan. Also, it's answered. They give me the reason as to why it's talking about Japan. And I don't get a warrant as to why any of this matters. On this Japan self-employment stuff, like you call it offense, I don't really know how to vote on it, right? Like this is like a pseudo-colonialism K you just kind of throw in, but like where, you know, it's like you kind of got to make the argument, my guys. And y'all know I'll mess with you. I like y'all, but like y'all gonna make these, y'all gonna actually make these arguments in tech rounds. Or I guess panel kind of, you know. You say Western model test, Ben, you just don't warrant that in summary. Ishan, yeah, that wasn't your warrant in final. No test, no implications, not really an explanation. I'm willing to buy that. Yeah, so big thing came down to a few things. Obviously, T and Perm is new. I don't really like that, but I think it's fine. The issue is they're right. You can't violate and engage, especially when it's world conception critiques, right? Like their critique is there's a relationship between the subject and object that goes both ways, right? So you kind of need to put a pause so that the subject isn't re-influenced by I don't know if this is making any sense to y'all. But basically you got to take off your tainted glasses before you can see what the world looks like and try to make judgments off of it, right? That's kind of what the critique is. So Perm, I don't really know how to go with that. Ishan, you do this nice stuff in final where you're like, well, they're talking about world conception. Well, we're conceiving of a world where we do this. It's like, it's a nice wordplay, but like, I think, you know, it doesn't really respond to the argument. Yeah, outweighing just does not matter on world conception. I don't really know why that was that big of a thing. Predictability and clash are fun. The issue is like there's never a warrant ever read. I don't know what predictability is in this round. Like quite literally what I get in rebuttal is vote on predictability. It's like good, I guess. And then also clash. That was literally, I just got vote on clash. And then you just moved on to topicality good. They met, no response to any of that. Predictability and clash stuff doesn't really matter at the end for me. I guess that wasn't really a final concern. I mean, yeah, it just kind of came down to this weird Perm thing. Like, I think y'all might have been better off sticking to T and making explanations. The issue was rebuttal kind of just rushed through everything and wasn't warranted and kind of like assumed that summary would make the warrants in the back half. And then summary just kind of went with new responses instead of warranting a lot of the previous responses. And then final had to go new again, you know, which is, I think, a reason that this round got kind of confusing. Because it kind of seemed like the neg was changing as the ask responses were kind of changing. But yeah, I think the Perm probably should have came earlier, and you can do that. Colonialism could have been spread out a little, probably carded it or something, or implicated it, give some discourse analysis. Whitman, y'all don't have to win. You don't have to kick any out of round implications. Like, even if you just affect how a few people view the world, like that's critical offense, you know, and that's a, I don't remember Dorno's exact words, so I'm just going to steal a paraphrase. That's like a risk of reconciliation, you know, and then you can, yeah, that's a democracy or link. But yeah, this was a good round. I like this round. So yeah, if y'all got any questions, you could just shoot right ahead. All right, Wesley or Anand, y'all can take it away.
Yeah, so So looking at the contention, especially around profess for peace, and of course, Catherine taking it to the next level in terms of humanity and what is the right decision for the humans at large. All good. Absolutely agree with all those points. In an ideal world, definitely everyone should be in a peaceful manner, agreeing not to weaponize themselves. Unfortunately, there are players and neighbors who are weaponizing continuously. They're encroaching into your islands. So it becomes a very difficult decision. So what happened 8 years back versus what's happening now, the context has fundamentally shifted. So weapons becomes a critical aspect of how a country can defend. And that's what Ishan is saying. Hey, um, their world is not mutually exclusive to ours. And here's the stuff, right? Japan is imperialized by West. We should allow countries to have weapons. US cannot dictate what countries to have and not have. So what he's trying to say is, hey, one needs to be empowered, one needs to be self-sufficient, and that goes against definitely the norm of what you are professing for peace. However, the professing for peace is ideal world that has a longer runway and it takes a lot more time than what needs to be immediately addressed. So answering this question, looking at, hey, do you want to be a sidekick of US, be in the shadow of US all the time, or do you want to stand up for yourself and get more regional alliances going on? So that became a key turning point, and that's where I had to vote for Ishan's team. Yeah.
All right, so the warranting for the roll of the ballot that comes in the second, neg speech off the K, it relies on preventing extinction. And so ultimately, I am persuaded that we are discussing the post-fiat implications towards solvency, solving extinction. That's what I'm convinced the question in the round is. What do I get from the K versus conceded scenario with a time frame attached to it that we might need to solve before we get to anything else? If the neg had made this simple argument, had said, look, the probability that we really are facing an imminent catastrophe from North Korea is not very good. The probability in the long term from the cycle of violence that comes from the K is 100%. You make that argument, I'm probably voting for you. I don't see it here on the flow. I can't make that for you. And so when we're discussing simply the post-fiat implications directly to extinction, I have to go with a conceded scenario that shows a direct risk of solvency versus a K. The alt, I don't know when this is going to materialize. I think there's questions whether it will or it won't. As far as Ks go, this is argued very well. So I am inclined to believe that there is some source of offense for the neg on the K, but definitely not enough for me to think that when we're in a post-fiat world, I need to ignore a conceded scenario that makes some sense logically, right? So that's ultimately how I vote. Things that I think needed to happen were, I don't understand, why you're just sort of letting them run this K in the new summary without any sort of theory objections, at least to cause movement for them, right? If this really was their advocacy, if the weapons themselves, holding on to them, that's the root cause that's going to lead to everything demising. Why isn't this in their first speech then? If this is their fundamental advocacy, why isn't this this second speech should have been the first speech almost? Now, I think that they're going to be able to answer this. I'm fully confident that they have answers to this and being able to justify it. But what it does is it causes movement that can be used in other places, right? So if that would be a way to eventually answer that 100% probability from the cycle occurs argument, had that been made in the final focus, that'd be a way to answer that, or at least create movement to answer it back and forth. And then for the neg, I mean, really, that's the thing. It's, you usually with a critique, that is what you're arguing, is that, yeah, we always get caught in the short term in all these scenarios and stuff when all we're doing along the way is marching ourselves down an inevitable path to extinction. And that's the certainty, like that's the probability in the long term that outweighs everything. We're talking about the same magnitude. So I think that just concentration on that. I think the larger strategic thing to go with that is case turns go with Ks, right? So you don't give up on case when you're running a K. So there's really no reason for the final focus to just yield on case there. It should have, there was tons of potential that could have been had there. There's also like half a dozen floating things from either side that I think are like distracting in the round that I have incredibly strong opinions about that I'm just gonna like ignore for the sake of like, concentrating on what we're doing. And then just end with that. I think that I'm very comfortable with my decision and what I said there. And I do want to end with just this thought that this really was a good K debate. It's the best K debate that I've seen in public forum this year. So hats off to both sides. You really deserve that. So.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Is it all right if I ask a question real quick?
Please do.
Okay. So the way I tried to explain weighing and final was that, like, since it was a worlds comparison, it was like more about theorizations than impacts. Did that argument need to like come earlier or be more clearly articulated? Or
so
how
what I
can we-
wrote on my ballot is I am never given a compelling, clear reason why, like, I'll just read what I wrote, right? So showing that the operation of the K as a theorization accesses post-fiat impacts to extinction in some manner that's different than the role-playing policymaker advocacy the AF has securing similar post-fiat impacts to extinction. And so the problem really ultimately comes down to your warranting being based on avoiding extinction. So like that puts you into a post-fiat situation. Now, had there been some reason why the theorization like operates differently, like it's solving something differently than the AF, can never access it, which there's tons of potential for you to argue that. That would have given me a choice. I would have had to think about that. Like, does case outweigh the K or does the K outweigh the case? Like that simple argument takes place. I also do want to reiterate that I'm like the theorization arguments coming out of that. That's one of those like dozen things that I think were like distracting. That I didn't go down those roads. I think in what we understand in debate as like a theorization, like this just doesn't like match up to it. But I am still going with it only because I'm analyzing post-fiat impacts to extinction. Like that's what made it work. It wasn't because you sold me that the app is a theorization, like to make that clear. So.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone, and good round, Ben and Nishan.
Pleasure judging this panel. Pleasure judging this round. Take care.
Thank you all. Peace out.
Hi, folks on the call. Is there any delay or we're just getting started?
I just
I
think
think we're missing one competitor, if my count is right.
Okay. And we have 3 judges or more? 3. So Sam, you, me, and who's the third judge?
I'm here.
Okay, terrific. I see.
I guess in the meantime, while we wait for the last competitor from Strake, could everyone just put in their emails in the chat so I can email chain? I already have Sim's email from the Paradigm. Okay, email sent. Just let me know when everyone gets it.
Yeah, William, I got it.
Okay, if everyone got it, I think we're good to start the round.
Just give me 1 sec.
All right.
Okay, just I want to make sure I get the right teams on the right side for my notes. So just to confirm on the con or neg, we have Brentwood.
Yes.
And who would be the first speaker there?
I am William Hong.
Okay, William. And second speaker is?
Me, Sully Merkva.
Okay.
And then the first speaker for Strake is me, Ben Golden.
And then Ishan Dubey is the second speaker.
Ben. Okay. Strike. Jason. Before we start the round, I want to congratulate the 2 teams for getting to this stage. It's amazing accomplishment. congratulations to both the teams. And of course, best wishes and best of luck in this final round.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we good to begin? Awesome. So once again, for clarity, Brentwood is speaking first on the con. And before I read case, I just have some quick few thank yous to give, if I may. So firstly, of course, thank you to the University of Kentucky for hosting such a great tournament. It's been very enjoyable getting to debate with the different friends that I've made throughout this activity. So this entire weekend was really fun. Second is to my family. They're the ones who are supporting me through this entire activity, both financially and emotionally. They always make me food, for example, in between rounds, and are just a huge support for me. Third is to our coach Siva and the different friends that we made over the years. Siva has helped us a lot throughout this entire year, just helping me and Sully improve our skill in debate and really enjoying the activity. And the great friends that I made throughout this entire activity, such as Ryan and Jay from Medina, my Bob and Kunal from Lindbrook, Alon and Ben from Joseph, from Anderson, Joseph from LaSalle, and for example, the people from Lambert. Then to Brentwood Debate for supporting us throughout the entire tournament. And finally, I have two more personal thank yous to give. First is to Nelson Rose, who was my partner last year. He kind of took me under his wing and taught me a lot of things that I needed to know about debate. So I'm forever grateful to him. I wouldn't be here without him. And secondly, obviously to Sully. I could not have asked for a better partner this year. You're so nice and probably the most hardworking person I ever know. And this is our second last tournament together, but the entire season was so fun. Good luck to Strake, and hopefully we have a great debate. All right, with that said, is everyone ready for the con speech? Everyone is good? Awesome. Brentwood negates contention 1 is foreign aid. Article 9 has turned Japan into the 4th largest aid donor globally. Furuoka 05 finds that foreign aid is a pillar of Japanese diplomacy. The government uses economic assistance to influence policies in developing countries due to the fact that all military actions are prohibited by Article 9. Unfortunately, revision provides Japan a militaristic alternative. Hang 19 argues that revising Article 9 could undermine decades of international aid flows. Japan may lose incentives to make contributions because they don't need to rely on soft power, but instead shift to hard power. Japanese aid flows are crucial. Addison 15 contends that infrastructure investment can lift millions out of poverty. Japan, with its experience, should continue to make a major contribution. Contention 2 is instability in the islands. Article 9 revision is backed heavily by nationalist ideologies. Sung 19 warns that far-right groups advocating for replacing the pacifist constitution and denying wartime atrocities are growing in influence in Japanese politics. Fortunately, revision of Article 9 isn't in the cards in the status quo. Walton 20 assures that even moderate constitutional changes are unlikely, requiring 2/3 majority in both houses. Thus, Rodriguez 21 concludes that the country's greatest bulwark against fascism is its constitutional commitment to pacifism. However, affirming grants hardliners a blank check to militarize. Rodriguez concludes that the push to rebuild Japan's military would embolden the Japanese far right, a swell of nationalist sentiment that is articulated frequently in the demand for remilitarization. Because they provoke national enemies and act aggressively to rally support, Jacobson 12 quantifies that while only 16% of non-nationalist governments initiated conflicts, 48% of nationalist governments did. In the case of Japanese revision, Nahori 13 warns that in a vicious cycle, rising nationalism would embolden Japan and put adversaries on high alert, heightening tensions, potentially triggering a regional, if not global conflict. More specifically, there are two areas where affirming causes instability. First is U.S. alliances. U.S. alliances stand strong. Me 22 explains that overbearing Chinese policies in the Pacific have strengthened U.S. alliances, and Russia's threats to Ukraine are reminding Europeans why Washington is a good ally. Unfortunately, Asian allies perceive constitutional revision as U.S.-led, causing intense backlash. Kaufman 08 explains that Japan's revision of Article 9, viewed against the backdrop of nationalism, would have consequences for U.S. relations with Japan's neighbors. If it appears that Japan rearmed because of U.S. support, the U.S. would find itself ostracized by vital allies like Korea and Thailand. Indeed, Wadsworth writes that this would force allies like South Korea to seek out a replacement regional protector in China, degrading U.S. influence even more. Reduced confidence in Asia spills over. Ola 21 explains that the Asia-Pacific plays an important role in international affairs, home of half the world, being an economic and military hub of the globe. The world order will be shaped by the politics of the Asia-Pacific, and the U.S. has to play its role in it. Maintaining the U.S. security guarantee is key. Brand 17 explains that U.S. alliances deter aggressors by raising the possibility an attack will mean a fight with the world's most formidable military, adding that security guarantees allow allies to underbuild their militaries and avert the arms races and avert the security guarantees in earlier eras. Thus, Barnett Allen finds that globally, the US military resulted in a 99% drop in deaths due to war. Second is the East Asia model. Recent decades of East Asian prosperity were facilitated by Article 9. Tonneson 17 writes that Article 9 is deeply embedded in East Asian peace, but its key role has never been recognized. With Japan maintaining a defensive stance, other countries join in, creating a model of national peaceful development. Tonneson clearly confirms that the doctrine was so successful that countries like South Korea, Singapore, Indonesia, Taiwan, and more began to emulate it. As a result, conflicts and war casualties in East Asia dropped by over 70%. Unfortunately, Petrovsky 05 warns that distrust and decades of brinkmanship has left war only an instant away. Revised Article 9 could spark a regional arms race as Asian countries rush to protect themselves and push tense relationships past the breaking point. Chakrabarty 10 predicts that as the center of the world, disputes in East Asia could snowball into major conflicts, and Bennett empirically contextualizes that 24,000 people die every month of armed conflict, risking millions of lives. Thus, please negate.
If everyone's ready, I'll give case. If I can do some thank yous first. Though first, I want to thank the University of Kentucky again for just like a fantastic tournament, well run. Judging was amazing. Responsiveness was amazing. It was just a really good tournament. In terms of people, first and foremost, I want to thank David Kennedy, my best friend. He's been my friend for 4 years throughout debate. He is quite literally the reason I got this opportunity to debate at this tournament and that I'm here for debate. So thank you so much. I also want to thank my school, Strake Jesuit, for allowing me to compete and also just giving us the ability to compete. I want to obviously thank Ishan. We got here together and he's just been amazing for partnering with me and debating with me. It's been just the absolute most fun I've ever had. My coaches, Mr. Christ, Mr. Scheller, Mr. Turrentine, Mr. Azine, have just been absolutely amazing throughout my career. The rest of my team, and then of course my parents for allowing me to stay out super late, spend all my money on food, all sorts of stuff, and just allowing me to compete. It's just been absolutely amazing. But without further ado, I'll start reading the case or affirmative. Okay. We affirm the post-war world is waning as Lane 12 analyzes Chinese military and economic rise to great power status combined with the American decline spell to spell an end to 7 decades in this old order. While the West's moral and economic retaliation against Russia has convinced many of its reinvigoration, McTague from March laments that the big picture remains unaltered by Ukraine, Chinese and Russia influences growing, Western influences retreating, and a Chinese-Russian alliance seeks to reshape the world order. As a result, McTague specifies, China is actively committing genocide and dictatorships have taken root among the Middle East and North Africa. To counteract this trend, antiquated norms that constrain Western power must be modernized, and thus our sole argument concerns the liberal world order. Particularly, revising Article 9 would reaffirm and strengthen the world order in 2 ways. The first is untangling America. American security guarantees are becoming unsustainable. The TEB in 2022 explains that in a widening window of American weakness, defense spending will be close to post-Cold War lows. The U.S. might not be ready for the next decade, for the next war until a decade after we lose it. Lane corroborates that with the financial constraint, while financial constraints limit American military spending, a wealthier Chinese defense budget will surpass Washington's by 2025. With commitments spanning the globe, Lane concludes that an overextended U.S. will inevitably need to retrench. Such retrenchment is evidenced in the fall of Afghanistan and in East Asia specifically. Crabtree 21 reports, a sense of disappointment is taking hold amid a lack of U.S. focus. Washington's efforts look insubstantial compared to China's more energetic regional courtship. Fortunately, affirming and enabling East Asia's foremost democracy to contribute to its own security will relieve the strain. Panton 10 explains, the threat of America's inability to maintain hegemonic balance in Asia due to economic constraint encourages constitutional reform in Tokyo. Many elites argue that Japan needs to be able to defend itself independently to reassure the larger region of America's commitment. Beach 16 contextualizes, there are more American soldiers based in Japan than any any other foreign country. Thus, even a moderate refocusing would do wonders, as Columbia University in 2022 predicts that the greater Japanese military capability would allow the U.S. to maintain the security of the Southeast Asia and the Persian Gulf, areas of great importance to Japan. Revitalizing the Americas alliance in Asia carries broader implications. ULA 21 forecasts, home to half the globe, the politics of Asia Pacific will shape the world order and the U.S. must play a role. Altogether, Barnett 11 analyzes that America's alliance system and security guarantees resulted in a 99% drop in deaths due to war. Secondly, affirming counters China. Crabtree laments the Biden administration is failing to balance competing with China and reassuring the Southeast Asian allies, and the Southeast Asia continues to drift towards China as a result. This Chinese pivot is underway as Hill 20 observes that South Korea is becoming more receptive to Chinese advancements. A solution is available. Japan has the potential to hedge against China. Bland 20 merits that Tokyo's economic heft and strong power make it well placed to counterbalance an assertive China. Despite a fraught history, Bland concludes, Southeast Asia sees Japan as the region's most trusted partner. However, Article 9 blocks such efforts. Lift 20 predicts that barring revision, significant limitations on Japanese involvement in collective defense fundamental to security of the world order remain. Affirming solves, as Lee 14 argues that Japan's military and normalization portends a new alliance system in Asia. If Beijing nears surpassing Washington in Asia, weaker countries surrounding China will acquiesce, but many may oppose China's ascendancy if a stronger and more flexible Japan anchors our multilateral alliances. Countering China is crucial. Tellus 14 indicates that a rising China will increasingly challenge the U.S. with provocation, escalating minor disputes into full-scale war. Even without conflict, China seeks to create a global world order where democracy and rule of law do not prevail. Fortunately, Brands 20 concludes that China cannot be a true global power surrounded by strong U.S. allies, thus affirm.
All right. Are you ready for cross?
You can take that.
Right. Cool. So let's start the time. Now, on your second argument, you said it's necessary for Japan to build up a military to do cooperation with other regional allies, right? Yep. Why is it necessary to build weapons and build up a military to do diplomatic cooperation?
Yeah. Okay. Well, you have to have a certain amount of a confidence and assurance in your ally, right? Like that's why you don't see like huge powers like the US or like China allying with like Cambodia or like Thailand, right? Because the militaries just don't compete, right? And when you're talking about like international geopolitics, you have to be talking to a country that not only A, understands knowing like what it is to have a big military and what it takes to control it, but B, like how people respond to that strong military. Right now, Japan can't be in the discussion because they don't have the military.
Really quickly, right? Your comparison to Cambodia does not apply to Japan because Cambodia obviously does not have as strong a military as Japan. My question is simply, if you want to do diplomacy and cooperation with other countries, why do you need to build up a military? Why can't you just call them on the phone?
I think you missed the point, but you like kind of got it, right? When I said that Cambodia like isn't in international relations because they don't have a big military, right? It's the same case with Japan. It's just Japan doesn't have an offensive military. They don't have a military to enter into this discussion. We've been on this for like a minute and like 30 seconds. I'm going to take a question. So specifically on the US's, what has America's policy been in the past, like, let's say decade for revision of Article 9? What does it look like?
I'm not sure. You can tell me.
Okay, yeah. So since like 2010, the US has really been pushing for a revision of Article 9 in Japan, right? If that's the case, why would it alienate the US as an ally if Japan did it?
So that's exactly our argument, right? We specifically say that because the United States is supporting Japan in revising Article 9 and the United States is supporting Japan's remilitarization, all of these other East Asian allies are getting mad at the United States. The warranting is very simple, right? We say that in World War II, when Japan had an offensive military, they did very historical atrocities. That's why these current allies, such as South Korea, Thailand, et cetera, do not want them to remilitarize, and they blame the United States.
Can I just sneak in one more question?
Sure.
So why did the US's support of Japan affirming Article 9 not scare the allies for the past 10 years?
Because Japan has not revised Article 9. For example, if Japan has not done that action and Japan is not currently remilitarizing in the status quo, obviously South Korea and all these other allies won't get scared because they're not making any weapons. But that changes when you affirm the resolution.
If South Korea sees that the US is like very hardly pushing for Japan to revise the article, wouldn't we have seen like a single politician from South Korea, you know, like at least be like, hey, America, don't do that. Or, you know,
no, because insofar as one, the support hasn't worked. And two, there's not tangible tangible change in the constitution of Japan, there's no reason for these current allies to get scared.
But you don't think like if this argument is true and they are like if they would actually alienate the U.S. and or alienate Japan as an ally if this happened, right? You don't think we would have seen like
if it happened, it hasn't happened right now because Japan's not making.
But if the U.S. as large global, okay.
All right. Well, do you need any prep? Are we good? Okay. So before I get started, I have some thank yous as well. First, I'd like to thank the University of Kentucky for holding such an amazing tournament. This is my third time going to the TOC. It's been well run and fun every time. Secondly, I would like to thank my family, my mom, my dad, my little brother, Dean, for being my emotional support through the ups and downs of 4 years of competition and always being there for me in my sometimes obsessive debate endeavors. Third, I want to thank Brentwood Forensics and debate team, my coaches, Miss Medlin and Mr. Grimes, and all the Brentwood debate squad. I love y'all. Brentwood debate brought me here today, and I'm confident y'all will be in our seats here in the future. Fourthly, I want to thank our private coach, Siva. You've brought us to this level of debate so we can be here today in TOC finals and given me as much advice as I could ask possibly this season. I can't thank you enough. And I want to thank our FC prep group and everyone who prepped for hours on this topic. And to my friends around the circuit, just name a few: Zach, Zara, the Lambert squad, Ishan, Elliot, my OG, Ishal, Alon, and Ben, and many more, and all of my coaching teams, Lambert, Miraloma, and Mountain Ridge. Lastly, thank you, Will, for being an amazing partner that is willing to put in the work and being a fantastic friend outside of the debate round. I know this is our second to last rodeo, but I'm excited that we're going off like this. So if everybody's ready, it's just gonna be responding to my opponent's case. All right. Let's begin now. Start at the top of my opponent's case. Their evidence saying US hegemony is declining is from 2012. Some of these impacts about massive conflicts should have happened before. It is way too late to be making this prediction. Secondly, when you look towards a more recent standpoint, our evidence says this exact aggression has been increasing US influence because it pushes allies closer towards the US, and the US can exert its military power over, which is why we post-date their 2012 evidence. And our evidence looks holistically and includes that on net, since our US influence is high now and deters adversaries and is ensuring allies, there's been a 99% decrease in war. Of course, we can't guarantee an entirely peaceful area, but our argument is right now, the world is way more peaceful than it will be if you affirm. Lastly, their argument is an inherent contradiction. If these countries are expanding to places all over the world, like the Middle East, there is no reason as to why Japan changing this one article in this constitution is the glass slipper to solve all of this. It is very, very ludicrous. With that said, let's go to their first argument about an unsustainable US security guarantee. Their argument is a logical fallacy. If it is true that any country we go into, like Japan, that we put our resources in, exerts a decrease on our budget and hurts our US security guarantee, that problem is just multiplied when you affirm. If we exert resources to other countries in East Asia, that means it's just going to hurt our budget more or the same, meaning my opponents have no unique offense coming off this argument. Secondly, as we all know, the US has a budget deficit, which is why we can infinitely spend into it. As Hensman 05 explains, the dollar's reserve currency has been a credit card. When the bills come due, the US borrows and prints money to pay them with little restraint on maintaining its military dominance. Empirics prove, as Bolton 22 explains, that Biden's budget increased military spending to $813 billion. But we would argue this is a reason to affirm because revision causes America to double down with this support. As Klinger 20 explains, Japan remains restricted to operations that are strictly defensive. Easing constraints will let the US push Tokyo past its comfort zone. As War 22 contextualizes, Japan is open hosting American missiles, meaning you just remove defensive troops and put in missiles. We would say, moreover, that the US is solving this threat now, as Corbyn from March indicates that Biden has sought to empower key allies to contribute to collective defense balancing in the Indo-Pacific. Indeed, Hale 22 confirms Ukraine has spurred Washington's closest allies in Asia to harden against China, which is why we're taking a step back now. As Lawrence 22 explains, the US military is reducing troops in the Middle East and Central Asia, allowing the Pentagon to concentrate on Asia as a whole, meaning we're solving their argument right now. Let's go to their second argument talking about regional cooperation. There is solvency that exists now. As Harold 19 writes, Japan's defensive cooperation now dissuades China from attacking, which is why Yang 22 finds there is a unified bulwark and block against Asia as of this month and against China with the US closest allies to prevent aggression. Moreover, we'd say that if you look to history, their argument's being solved for once again, because in 2014, the Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe, passed a reinterpretation of Article 9 that allowed Japan to exercise its military for collective defense. What does this mean? This is why regional cooperation is happening now, because legally, Japan's fourth largest military in the world can do cooperation right now, which is why there has been no invasion or massive Chinese influence for the last multiple decades. But even so, we'd say affirming would ruin this regional cooperation. As the ISDP 18 writes, an amendment to Article 9 would ignite protest amongst neighbors due to historical association of Japanese imperialism and wartime aggression. Moreover, the only reason why diplomacy exists now is because Japan is pacifist, as IAD Law 08 writes that Article 9 prohibits force to settle international disputes. This played an important role in establishing trust between Japan and the region. The reason why there's diplomacy right now is because Article 9 exists. When they can just expand their military and attack people, that goes out the window, and my opponent's bad impacts start to happen. Thus, we negate.
Okay. Ben and I are going to take some prep. You'll see on the screen when we start. Okay, that was 35. So like everyone else, I would also like to give a few thank yous. So first to the University of Kentucky. I think everyone has said it well enough. You've run a fantastic tournament, and we are all really grateful for this experience. And I'm sure it's something none of us will ever forget, regardless of the result. Next to some personal people. First to my partner, Ben. Thanks for partnering me. Thanks for sticking with me. And thanks for letting me crash at your house for 3 nights. To your parents as well for dealing with me there. Many people watching this round will know, but I don't usually partner with Ben. I partner with someone named David Kennedy, and he's a really good guy. I don't think he gets enough recognition for that. So thank you for always being a source of light when I'm being down or beating myself up over results. Thank you for partnering with me throughout the year, and thank you for always being there for me. Next, I'd like to thank some of our coaches. First, Mr. Christ. I've said this before in every thank you speech possible, but you are a really good friend. I know it feels weird saying that to one of our coaches who happens to be a teacher at our school, but you've done a lot for this program and you've done a lot for me, whether it's talking after tournaments or just having conversations about life. Thank you for always being there. To some of my teachers, thank you for letting me turn in grades late, given that I spend a lot of time on debate. So really appreciate it. And then to all the friends I've made along the way, to steal a quote from my partner, David, debate isn't about the wins and losses, but the friends you made along the way. And Sully, Will, you two included. I think something you've noticed is that none of us have asked for evidence, and that's because we all share prep. So, we're speeding it along. So to our teammates, Ty, Charlie, Bloch, Josh, Nico, and all the sophomores, freshmen, thanks for being there. Thanks for being fun, and thanks for doing prep sometimes. I'm not going to be able to thank every single person I've met on the circuit in the last 3 years without, keeping us for another hour. But, I got a lot of messages asking for shout outs, but thank you to all of you. You mean the world to me. You make debate the community that it is, and I'm really grateful to have you in my life. So with that said, it starts by defending our case and then moving on to theirs. And I need to get a timer out. Okay. Is anybody not ready for me to begin? Okay. Their first argument is that our uniqueness evidence is old. That's only one piece of evidence. We also read evidence from March indicating that the US post-World War order is waning, and that right now, as witnessed by Ukraine, Russia was able to take over it, and as a result, allies are not trusting in the US. Now, they say they have great evidence indicating that the US is strong right now, but notice how they didn't cite any. And also, the 99% decrease in debts evidence, which we both cite, is from 2011. The recency points towards our sides. Despite Biden's cheap talk, nothing is getting done. Allies are decreasing, and America's credibility is ebbing away. The only way to solve that is by allowing Japan to revise Article 9. They then say that our argument is like there's no glass slipper. Well, I'd argue this runs both ways. Now, my opponent's argument also relies on the fact that Article 9 creates a huge shift in the global system. We are debating about what's most likely, and I'll explain why our argument is more specific, most likely. On our first argument about untying Uncle Sam, they say it hurts our budgets elsewhere. No, because on net, more money is spent by Western allies. There are more Western troops in the region, Japanese and American, which assures American power. They say America can spend indefinitely. That's not true. Democrats in Congress check high military spending. That's why our evidence finds that China can outspend us because they are authoritarian. Now, they say that our argument is a logical contradiction because we are spending money in other countries. The entire argument is about reallocating resources and spending it where we need to. If we're able to free up resources from Japan, then we're able to spend it in the places that need it most. They then say that we would actually cooperate more with the US and double down. Even if this is true, this happens in the long term, not the short term. And even if there is a minor increase in spending, allies don't see US commitments as credible, which is why Japan having its own military and letting go of America's hand is uniquely key. Now, they say things like Ukraine have bolstered credibility. I'd argue the opposite, considering the US has done basically nothing besides publish the Ukraine conflict on CNN. Now, they say that we've decreased resources in the Middle East, but realize even if we have, that's not sufficient enough given that allies aren't perceiving it as credible. On our second argument about countering China, they first say they're dissuading conflict right now. That's not in the long term. China perceives the US as weak, and China does what China thinks, so Chinese perception will always be the most important. They say to look at history in 2014. The problem is our argument is more specific to constitutional amendment and Japan being able to partner with other regional allies. They say it'll ignite protests in other countries, but realize Sugawa indicates that Japan specifically will apologize for its World War errors and will as a result make amends. Even then realize the only way to open the door to diplomacy is also having some sort of military. Because right now, although there is some cooperation, it is small scale and limited. Our evidence in LEAP is very specific in indicating that a greater Japanese military is the only way to truly utilize the entire aspects of the alliance and truly deter conflict. With that said, let's move on to my opponent's case. They first discuss foreign aid. First of all, make them contextualize how much foreign aid does necessarily reduce poverty. Their evidence just says infrastructure investment can lift millions out of poverty, but do not specify what Japan has done. Two, Japan likely will continue giving foreign aid alongside military power. Literally every other power in the world uses soft power and hard power. Let's go to my opponent's second contention. They first discuss this issue of nationalism. We realize that voters check nationalism. As Naido 21 writes, the public has provided a check on the nationalists. Japanese voters aren't as ideological as the LDP. Then they discuss US credibility. Remember that it is low right now, and Baiman 21 backs us up in Ukraine specifically, where the US refused to sufficiently provide credible military presence. But then we'd argue that if anything, affirming bolsters credibility through increased presence in the long term. As Reinhard 16 writes, Japan's military assets complement US forces. Missions like anti-submarine operations demonstrate the interoperability of the two in the long term. Additionally, realize that countries like South Korea and their new president are opening the door to Article 9 revision and are accepting it, so there's no way it would undermine the entirety of US credibility. Let's go to my opponent's argument about modeling. Malal indicates that the reason there was this sort of model created was because of necessity and a danger to avoid war. Even if Article 9 created the peace, revoking Article 9 will not eliminate it. There are still overwhelming incentives to engage in practical discussions and be a model for other countries. Plus, Japan has to be aggressive. If we win that Japan uses diplomacy and isn't aggressive in the affirmative world, the model still exists and peace is preserved. Thank you, and please vote aye.
All right, well, you want to take some prep?
Yeah, I'll, like Ishan, hold up my timer.
Okay.
That was 20 seconds.
Okay, you ready for cross, Ishan?
Yeah, seeing as you spoke first, go ahead and take the first question.
All right, yeah. So let's go to your argument about cooperation, right? So when you talk about apologizing to countries for their past misdeeds,
Yeah.
what do any of the Article 9 proposals say about this?
It sounds like you know.
Yeah, no Article 9 proposal hasn't been written, that's ever been written at all, right? Doesn't have any precautions or any provisions to go out and apologize.
Now, to that, I say yes, I agree with you. No Article 9 draft like revisions have that. But the problem is that would be a weird thing to include in like a constitutional revision. We'll make the argument that the only way Japan will be able to militarize, and this is in their best interest, is to ensure that their other allies are on board, and as a result, will apologize for past actions. Can I get
Can I just give a quick follow-up?
If it's quick, yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Who currently, actually, you know what? You can have a question. We can get back to this later.
Okay. Let's talk about instability, specifically modeling. So when Japan removes Article 9, how long will it take for then there to be arms races and a military buildup?
Our evidence says it's going to be gradual, right? After Article 9 is revised, countries see that the balance of peace is breaking, Japan is militarizing, and they fear that conflict is happening in the future, whether if that's Japan being attacked by somebody or Japan attacking somebody else. Like you say in your rebuttal, perceptions matter, which is why our evidence says that these countries would gradually start militarizing, and that would inevitably result in a conflict.
Yeah, so to sum it up, gradually, right?
Yeah, it doesn't of course, doesn't happen exactly immediately. So during the time where countries could be doing regional cooperation, they're independently militarizing and turning inwards.
Right.
So going back to the argument about apologizing for misdeeds, who currently has a majority in the Japanese Diet right now?
I don't think anyone has a direct.
The LDP has a 63% majority in the Diet, including the Prime Minister's LDP. What has the LDP's party position specifically in the context of responding here for historical atrocities?
Ellie, are you going to keep asking questions where you only know the answer to them?
I mean, I'm asking you because this is getting to something. You can answer the question too.
If you have a piece of information you'd like to tell me, then what is
I
it?
mean, yeah. So the LDP current party has never ever apologized for this and has explicitly explained that they're not going to apologize for these because it's a nationalist party. So why in your world does the belief of this huge party automatically change and they all start to become this really good actor?
All right, so first, the LDP has never said we're not going to apologize. Second of all, we'd argue that the AF hasn't happened yet, so we haven't affirmed the resolution. If we were to, then incentives change and apologies do occur. Now, I understand your inclination to believe that the LDP wouldn't do this. Remember, the LDP are people, and they also are rational people. So do what's best for Japan, and to also retain popular support and to retain the majority in the country, it's most likely that they apologize.
Yeah, that's why your Sagawa evidence says this may be true for new realists inside of the government. Your evidence says new realists are the ones going to be apologizing if they're the majority of the government. But our argument is the nationalists who have a majority won't be doing that at all. But
right.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take Brett. We have 15 seconds left. All right. Order is going to be starting on our case and then weighing and then finally responding to my opponent's arguments. Is everyone ready? Okay. At the top, Ishan says that US influence is waning right now, but this isn't true. We say that the Ukraine invasion is strengthening US credibility because other countries look to the United States for protection. That's why Russia's invasion has actually been a constraint. If anything, the fact that the Russian invasion has gone poorly has actually deterred China from aggressing in areas like East Asia. That is why China has been trying to aggress against countries like Taiwan for 70 years, but there's been no war because the United States security guarantee is strong right now and is able to deter any sort of Chinese aggression. We're going to be going for a second argument about instability. Our hardliners argument is very simple. We say that once you revise Article 9 and you pass this amendment, the Nationalist Party will increase power. That's really bad because we say that if the entire country of Japan becomes nationalist, they look inward and become extremely aggressive, destroying all sorts of diplomacy or cooperation whatsoever. They say that vetoes check back. This isn't true. We say the nationalists are already are going to gain power, so these vetoes don't even matter. But on our argument specifically about modeling, our argument is very simple. We said Article 9 created a peaceful development model that limited militarization, which has been adopted by the entire East Asian region, lowering conflict and casualties by over 70%. Revision would upset the peaceful balance, and being a return to conflict, countries would be forced to protect themselves by remilitarizing as well, resulting in heightened tensions and rising militarization, which would fuel a conflict that would invite international draw-in, risking a conflict that would kill millions of people. They try to give you two responses. First, they say that this is created to avoid war, and there won't be any there will still be diplomacy once you affirm the resolution. This isn't true because number one, we say that if diplomacy is already happening right now, there's no reason to develop weapons. We would argue that if they see that Japan is developing weapons, they actually get scared of Japan because for two reasons. One, they see this as a nationalist policy, and two, they saw that Japan did very historical atrocities during World War II. That's why they see Japan as a threat. Quickly on security guarantee, they said that in the long term, the security guarantee will be better, but this isn't true because we say that in the short term, the US allies are scared, so they pull out of the security guarantee. These long-term benefits do not matter. Our argument comes before theirs because first, it's more probable. They've considered that Japanese modeling resulted in a 70% decrease in conflict, while they can't give you a single example of a conflict that's happening right now because of Chinese hegemony. Moreover, if all countries are militarizing independently in their world, regional cooperation is not possible. Then let's go to their case. On their first argument on untangling America, remember this doesn't make a lot of sense because even if the United States redirects their military to other countries, this is still draining the budget. They're not solving the problem. Then secondly, we said that the United States can spend infinitely because they can borrow infinite amounts of money. That's why they've conceded that the budget for military spending has increased by $830 billion. Then go to their second argument about alliances. What's key here is they've conceded that Biden is already cooperating with key allies and Japan is already doing defensive cooperation right now. That's why the United States is already withdrawing troops from Japan because we're already deterring China. This is really crucial because they mishandled the argument about 2014. 2014, Japan has already reinterpreted Article 9, allowing for collective defense. So all of this diplomacy that they're talking about is already happening right now, and it's already deterring China. Insofar as that is true, we would say that insofar as diplomacy happens right now, there's no reason to scare our allies and develop our own military or our own weapons. It doesn't make a lot of sense. It's a very easy neg ballot. Thank you.
Ben and I have used 35 seconds, I think. So we're going to take some more, and you'll see on the screen when we start. We paused. Mr. Kandani, do you mind muting so that we don't hear any background noise?
I apologize. I wasn't aware. Sorry.
All right. So we were at 10.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I got that as your prep. Not sure.
Is everyone? The order is just going to be, it's going to be the affirmative. I'll do some weighing, and then I'll move to the negative. Can you highlight which link you want me to read? Okay. Go to our case. While Ukraine might appear to project a collective Western pact, the McTague evidence from case from just weeks ago analyzes the broader trend. Countries like Russia and China are fighting back against the stagnant liberal world order that can no longer maintain its current trajectory. The loss of US leadership would be detrimental, as our Barnett evidence concludes that the American hegemony has led to a 99% decrease in deaths worldwide, saving billions of lives. Fortunately, revising Article 9 to obtain military spending capabilities is the only way to strike back against growing revisionist powers. Specifically on our argument about untangling Uncle Sam, we tell you a prime Japan could allow America to redistribute its forces from one of our largest commitments. Thus, a study from Columbia University this year found that affirming would allow the US to maintain stability in the region. They give you a couple responses. First, they make two responses on Uncle Sam. They tell you the budget is still stretched, but they completely misunderstand the argument. Even if the budget is stretched, they can see the Columbia University evidence, which indicates that we would be able to defend more allies by letting Japan defend themselves, ensuring American power. Second, they say that the US can spend infinitely. Firstly, let's just think about this. That's not a good idea. But secondly, they concede that Democrats in Congress block spending, which means they can't spend indefinitely, while China can because they are authoritarianism. That is why we need more countries like Japan to militarize so we can hedge against Chinese power. Then they give you one response on the Ukraine invasion. They tell you right now, credibility is increasing. Even though it seems that maybe we're shoring up against China, China perceives us as weak. That's the response and the analysis they concede. If China thinks, China does, and China thinks us as weak. Then they give this example about Taiwan. It's not about Taiwan specifically. It's about the global world order that we must protect. On our way, understand this argument is much more important because we aren't just focusing on one region like our opponents. We are saying American hegemony, what has quite literally held the world together for the last decade twice over, is starting to collapse. It's on the decline. If we were to let that go, not only would you have one war maybe in Taiwan or maybe by Japan, but you would have it everywhere because US credibility would essentially, it would go down. But then on their case, they give you one response and they tell you right now that allies are going to get scared. Understand, it doesn't matter if allies get scared in the short term. That's not long-term thinking. After Saigon, everyone thought US credibility was going to be destroyed, but then we built a military base in South Korea and we fixed it. Also, Japanese militarization complements the US present. Reinhardt 16 writes that Japan's military assets complement US forces and missions like anti-submarines operations essentially represent that. On modeling, though, remember, this is not reverse causal. You can't just say because they put one thing down in World War II that peace is going to just get destroyed because 70% of it went down. You can't just make that assumption. But more than that, countries don't just operate on perception. And again, we tell you there's not going to be aggression in the region. They can see that. We tell you Japan's not going to be aggressive. At the end of the day, you know that our argument is more important because it spans the entire world. For all these reasons, please affirm.
Are y'all getting across?
Yeah, are y'all ready?
Yeah.
Y'all get across. Okay. So do you want a question or should I take it?
Yeah, sure. So on your argument talking about untying Uncle Sam, insofar as the US is already pulling out troops from the region, or from Japan specifically, doesn't that mean that our budget is being lifted right now?
No, because it's not enough. So even in light of that, spending is still projected to hit post-Cold War lows. And I know you're going to make the argument about like the Bolton stuff, right? But that's still not enough. And it's also the ability to let go of someone like Japan in order for us to support other allies. When US allies look at America, they look at America's ability to support allies along with their partners and themselves. So if we're able to let Japan go, develop their own military, and then spend on other countries when they need it most, that is what signals credibility.
But that's happening now. Like, sure, you're painting this picture that says the US is the only actor in the region, but that is the exact opposite of what we're saying. The US is pulling out troops in the region right now because Japan can already act independently. For example, what you don't respond to is in 2014, they allowed Japan to use the fourth largest military in the world, Japan's military, for collective defense, meaning they can already defend their other allies in the region without them needing the US to be like the babysitter there.
That's on our argument about counterbalancing. So if you want to apply it to our argument about untangling, I
Yeah,
think
they go hand in hand, right? The reason why the US is pulling out troops from the region and is going to go to a long scale decrease like we're talking now is because Japan has the capability, right? You're saying they need military capability to be able to do this. Our argument is they already have the military capability. You've never explained why we need to revise this one subset of the Article 9 of Japan's constitution that's like 4 sentences to save this entire like alliance insofar as already being solved for now.
Would you like us to respond to that or like?
Yeah, sure. You can go. You can have a question. It's up to you.
Okay. So in that case, let's talk a little bit more about your argument about specifically modeling. So you said that there's been a 70% decrease in conflict and thus you are more probable. So is the resolution asking whether Article 9 has been good or whether it should be revised?
The resolution's asking if it should be revised, which is why Ben doesn't respond to the 2 reasons why we do have reverse causality. Keep in mind, judges, as Ben explains in his summary, that countries like China, what they perceive is what they do. We tell you that countries perceive 2 bad things when you affirm. 1, that Japan will become increasingly offensive due to historical atrocities when it militarized. And 2, they perceive that Japanese militarization is a nationalist policy. So by fearing future conflict in the region, they militarize when you affirm.
I think we interacted a little bit on our case, but would you like a question before?
No, I think that's time on mine.
Oh, okay.
There's 2 things left. We can call it.
Okay. All right.
I think we have. I think I said we had 15 seconds left, so we'll run the remainder of that in a bit. Once Sully unmutes on our call. All right, we're gonna start.
Okay. The order of my speech is just going to be comparison and then our argument about modeling and then their case. Is everybody ready? Let's begin now. The notion that the US security guarantee is decreasing now is fundamentally wrong. Our evidence says, which you can call for it, judges, from this month saying that the US influence is highest as ever because of Chinese aggression and Russian aggression in Ukraine. Allies are turning towards us, which is why the Russian invasion is a massive failure now. They haven't taken over Ukraine. That is why, as of this month, only a few days ago, our evidence includes there is an entire alliance dedicated to stopping China that China knows, which is why there's been no aggression. Our argument talking about conflict in Asia, as we both agree, is the linchpin of the US security guarantee globally, meaning if there's a massive conflict in Asia, allies see that we're not supporting them and the US is not supporting them, meaning it takes up my opponent's case. But the biggest thing Ben misses in his summary is nationalism. We argue that when you affirm there's a massive increase in nationalism, that use increasing military spending to justify a huge increase in expansion and rally its base, which is why every single instance of Japan increasing defense spending has been complemented by an increase in nationalism. What does this mean? If Japan becomes nationalist, that not only threatens neighbors, but means it decreased the US security guarantee because Japan is more aggressive and starting conflicts everywhere, showing we can't protect our allies. Let's tell you how affirming also creates conflict, because Article 9 created a peaceful development model that limited militarization, that lowered conflict by 70%. Revision would upset the peaceful balance and fear a return to conflict. Countries would be forced to protect themselves to remilitarize, causing a conflict that risked millions of lives. They say countries won't remilitarize. They drop the 2 reasons why. First, we tell you that since there were historical atrocities committed by Japan during militarization, they are scared of Japanese rearming. And secondly, our evidence says it would be perceived as nationalist, so they would be rearming. But if you don't want to vote on this, you can't vote on their case. They do not respond to the fact that the US is pulling out troops right now. Why? Because Japan has the 4th largest military in the world and is allowed to do collective defense under Article 9. They say Japan needs a military. In summary, they already have a military now. Do not let Ishan change this and make it seem like you need to affirm, their benefits are already being reached now, which is why conflict has dropped by 70%.
So we're out of prep. My order will be very similar to Sully's. I'll start with comparison, and then I'll go over the AF case and then the neg case. So is anybody not ready for me to begin? We both make contrasting arguments about the state of the world order and US credibility. The problem with our arguments is twofold. Number one, while Ukraine might appear to be a collective Western pact, the MATAG evidence analyzes Russian and Chinese incentives. They see it as backing down. Allies can be building together. Remember what Ben tells you. What China sees, China does. And what China perceives is that US credibility is decreasing. That is the differentiation. The only way to restore credibility is by supporting our allies. And what's important is the credibility of our US security guarantees to our enemies. That is the distinction. That said, let's go to our case. Our argument is very simple. A prime Japan could allow America to redistribute its forces from one of our largest commitments. Thus, a study from Columbia University this year found that affirming would allow the US to maintain the stability of regions around the world. They only have one response at the end of today's debate. They just tell you that we're freeing up resources elsewhere. It's not just about the resources. It's about the signal we send to American allies, letting go of Japan's hand, and also being able to commit to other places proves that the US will not be overstretched. And remember, it's all about the perception of our enemies. Even if our allies feel reassured, the ability to deter them rests on the US ability to spend elsewhere. By freeing up the resources we spend on Japan, we also can combat China and Russia. Even if they have collective defense right now, they don't have offensive military capabilities. Revising Article 9 does something, and that something is protect world peace. Now, if we win our argument, we should win today's debate because they only focused on the East Asian region, whereas we affect places all around the globe. That is conceded. Even more so, they say there's been a 70% drop in deaths due to war. Remember, that does not mean that if you vote AF, there's a 70% increase in deaths. This is not what the resolution is fundamentally asking. Realize that there are arguments suffer from correlation and not causation. Although East Asia and Article 9 created a peaceful model for development, that does not mean that reversing Article 9 suddenly reverses that. Instead, that model will still persist. In spite of nationalism and in spite of these concerns, that model does not go away insofar as Japan has not been aggressive. And remember, Japan, as we've agreed, will apologize for their wartime atrocities, which solves back for their arguments. Our arguments are more important, and theirs are a shot in the dark. Thank you, and please vote out.
Good round, y'all.
Good round.
I'd say it was a great round. Thanks, teams. I guess judges have to take our time to go through our review and decision-making process. So are all the judges still online?
Yep, I'm still online. I am still working on RFP. Sorry if I'm the one holding up the panel.
No worries. No worries. I think were you the third judge to vote, Sim?
Yep, working on my RFP now. I will have it as soon as possible as I can.
No worries at all. I just wanted to check because I saw the final.
Wait, you saw the final decision?
Correct.
I haven't submitted.
Wow. Okay.
What? Oh, what? Hold up.
You would have submitted the ballot because that's the first thing you have to do, and then you can still edit the comments.
Oh yeah, no, I was just still working through my flow. I hadn't submitted a ballot. That's why I'm very confused. You saw the wait, you saw the
Hey, on my screen, it still says panel decision incomplete, so I think we're okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I
Okay.
apologize. Maybe I just saw my ballot and that's all I'm seeing. So I apologize for the confusion. I'll just step away, grab some water, be back.
All right, hi, is everybody still here? I was obviously the last one to submit and I have decision. All right, congratulations to both teams. Honestly, making it to finals of the TOC is a remarkable achievement. You should be very proud of yourself. Like, I personally thought this was a great and very close round, evidenced by how long I took, but ultimately it was a 3-0 for the neg. Since I was last, I can go first. Again, this was a fantastic round, but here's why I voted neg. Clearing up the uniqueness debate, I think that the most important determination of this round, which is the most important determination of this round, I think that both sides can agree that there are aggressors such as Russia and China that threaten peace. The AF tells me that American influence and power is waning. We need an independently strengthened Japan so that the US can establish its presence elsewhere. I do think that it is a neg summary and final focus. They both tell me that Japan currently has a sufficient military and defensive capabilities, which is why the United States is already retreating troops now. I don't get a sufficient response to this on the AF. All I'm told is that it's still about broadly setting the signal of letting go of Japan and committing to other places. Because it seems that the US is already loosening its grip on Japan, I see no reason why the AF impact shouldn't already be materializing. But I also think that the AF narrative is a bit too vague, and there are some mechanizations missing from the link chain. It is unclear how much or what kind of resources, for example, that we would distribute and to where. I think absent providing a uniqueness claim of where specifically American power is needed, it's really hard for me to vote AF on AF claims of like what is a global impact of world peace, given that what I said above about this not being a unique offense for AF, but it's just kind of like you're telling me that, you know, we need resources everywhere so we can uphold peace, but you're not telling me where the peace is even being threatened. So I think now onto the neg offense. I think in most of the app here, most the app has here is that there exists a peaceful model in the quo. There's no reason it's reversed. I think that this doesn't contend with the warranting that gives me about increased nationalism in the government and the reaction of regional allies who are, and this is in summary, are allies specifically because of the pacifism. The blippy response I get from Ash summary is that voters check back on this. This wasn't in final focus, not really warranted. I think it's used that increased nationalism and ability for Japan to militarize destabilizes diplomacy in the region and makes conflict all the more likely. While the app does have a claim to an impact of larger magnitude, I prefer the specificity of the neg impact scenario and link chain, given that there's a minimal risk of offense for the app anyhow.
Okay. So I will go next if it's okay with Sam. Okay. First of all, as I opened this before the round began, I echo the same comment that Sim also shared. You two, the two teams were amazing. There was clarity in your arguments. There was passion in your arguments. And obviously that's, you know, proof enough that you guys are in the final round. So congratulations to both of you, both the teams to get this far. And I really, really liked your thank yous as well. I think it showed the gratitude that you expressed to the folks that have helped you get here. So it's very, very pleasant. I'm not as technical as Sim was in her arguments. I looked at it very simplistically. I looked at it as, and you'll see more details in my notes. I said, in the status quo, with Article 9, Japan has a strong defense capability. They're still fourth largest in the world. The region is stable. There's 70% wars. The wars have been significantly low. 99% of all that energy is going economic growth of the region. China is building capability. No aggression has been demonstrated. And in the status quo, nothing is broken. And yes, China's overspending America or can overspend America by 2025. That could lead to a problem, possible. But today, US is still pulling out of Japan, yet the region is stable. US still has the largest military presence outside of US in Japan. Pulling out of Japan and supporting elsewhere. Okay, what problem are we fixing? Sim made that point. What problem we're trying to fix that we need to fix by pulling out of Japan? So I didn't hear specific examples. So the relative merits of pulling out of Japan and letting Japan build their own capability, I didn't hear that from the AF side. And, you know, because Japan is not spending on military on an offensive capability and doesn't have the offensive provision, the diplomacy is working. The risk of diplomacy not working is much higher if they have an offensive provision going forward. So again, status quo is working. There are no pressing problems in the world by pulling out of Japan will benefit. And the history, Japanese imperialism, and giving them the offensive provision just creates more uncertainty, more risk. And so status quo working and more risk if we pull out of Japan. So that's how I voted con. But again, arguments were strong, speakers are amazing. I thoroughly enjoyed the debate. Over to you, Sam.
Thanks, RK. Congrats to everyone. This is crazy. I competed TOC 2017. I went 3-4. I'm seriously honored to be here judging this. This is an incredible debate. And I think like overall, just how the debate was conducted, the cleanest I've seen in quite some time. Also, you know, we're at the end of the tournament. There were no unnecessary, let me ask for this piece of evidence that I've seen like 15 times over the course of the weekend. So thank you for that, because that makes things a lot faster on our end and just not needing to like go read how you cut it, read the actual article, evaluate based on that. So in terms of like how the debate was conducted, this is the cleanest I've ever seen, and it should be. So congrats to all the competitors for that, just making sure this was smooth for all of us. To me, I think the underlying theme for all of your arguments are geopolitical perceptions. And the thing that I'm just not really hearing a sufficient response from the AF is like, how is it that Russia and China are viewing a slip in US hegemony when the Ukrainian invasion is like widely perceived as a failure? I do think that like that's just not touched on quite well enough for me to try and figure out like, okay, China is perceiving Russia's endeavors as at this point like a blatant failure, and it would make no sense for them to then go and try and do the same thing in Taiwan with likely similar results. And then additionally, I buy the historical precedent argument that Asian allies would not be very welcoming to a like re-offensive militarizing Japan. There's a lot of reason for that, but again, like super close round. I think the path to the AF ballot really is just, like I had mentioned, really uniquely responding to like, why is it that China and Russia still see US hegemony as failing? And I think specifically like just getting into that Ukraine example, like if you can explain to me why, even with the Ukraine scenario going on, China still feels like the United States is weak enough to slip, or even the easy argument, like our hands are tied with the Ukraine scenario. Like I know you are making this argument, but it's just not quite interacting with what the neg is bringing up enough for me to give it that much weight. But this is an incredible round. Thank you all.
Thank y'all for judging.
Again, awesome round. Thank you.
Congrats, everyone.
Congrats, y'all.
Thank y'all. It's amazing to be debating on the finals. And thank y'all for judging. Y'all have a great rest of the day.
Thanks.